Okay, says we're live. So, hi everyone.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm Tessa. I am a longtime blogger as of almost 10 years. I write short stories, poetry, and I'm working on a novel for Nanowrimo. I enter every year. I have not published a book, but I have published nonfiction articles on a bipolar blog. And with me is special guest Charlie Dorsett. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie. I write under the name of C.E. Dorsett. I do way too much. I am a podcaster, and if you're interested in writing and world building, check out my podcast, Myth Weaving, which should be available everywhere. And if it's not, tell me, because they lied to me, and I need to have a stern talking to with them, because it's supposed to be everywhere. I also have a YouTube channel where I do streams every Wednesday and Friday. And I'm currently working on a lit RPG novel for Nanowrimo, which is the first time I've ever written in that genre. And I'm also going to be writing it in first person, which has me mortified because I never write in first person. But I'm excited, and I'm going to be doing world building today, getting ready for that.
That's good. And hello to our guest. So far, I see Megan is here. Hello,
Megan.
Since the other one says Charlie Dorsett, I'm not going. I've already said hi to you.
Well, fine then. What's the point of being in two places at once if I don't get twice the accolades? I mean,
all right. Hi, Charlie.
No, I'm really getting excited for this year's Nano. It's terrifying me because this is my first rebellious NaNoWriMo in that I'm not doing a traditional Nano project for it because I'm going to be doing writing and world building and making a game and stuff for my Nano project this year. But I'm really excited to do it because my muse has spoken. She has put her foot down, and I know that I must obey or she will betray me because it's what she do. So
I do know this is the year of the rebellions. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody seems to be doing it. So you're not alone. Okay, we have a few guests here. I have Renata. Hello.
Hello.
And BH. Hello.
I think a lot of us are rebelling because a lot of us are also doing Milwordy. And so, like, I've been doing 80, 90,000 a month already. And so, I know that I'm not going to keep up that pace because I'm only trying to do a half Milwordy. Like, don't believe the hype. Like, 43K is like my monthly goal. I've just been like doing way too much.
And I can imagine with everything that you do on the side, how in the world you're doing.
I've been really overachieving, but I think because a lot of us are doing Milwordy, that it doesn't make the 50K feel special anymore. And so we're looking for ways to make it feel special, which is why like I've wanted to have a tabletop role-playing game out for a long time. And by doing this lit RPG project like I'm doing, being able to move back and forth between making the game and writing the story of the characters playing the game, that is exciting and fresh and new. And I'm really just thrilled about the whole thing. And I may actually be publishing in real time. That's the biggest scary thing is I haven't decided about that yet. Because I know I'm going to be doing a web novel with this. And I don't know if I want this one to be complete before I start putting out chapters or if I want to just edit as I go and put it out. And so I think, for me, it's been a lot about trying to figure out how to make it special and stand out. Because I forgot who said it the other day, but somebody said that, I think it was Brooke Passmore, said NaNoWriMo is Writer Christmas, where we all get together to celebrate writing. And I thought that was such a good way to put it, because we all come together as a community once a year to celebrate writing. And we're all trying to figure out how to make that special since quarantine plus Milwordy, equals we're already doing like a nano a month.
Yeah. I unfortunately am not able to put out that amount of words at this point, so I'm not doing too well with my Millwordy, and I'm doing the quarter, yeah, the 250,000 words, but I'm not even making that at this point. So
I don't even know how I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, I get shocked like every week when I go to make my Millwordy video. I'm like, I did so bad this week, and then I total the number, so when I go, like, it's one of the reasons why I'm starting to shoot more video, because I just need to capture that moment so people can see me going, I did what now?
yeah.
All right.
I haven't even done a Millwordy video because I'm really not doing that much. I mean, there's nothing to celebrate there yet. I mean, I am picking up. I have been doing some more work. I see we have Chocolate Witch here. Hello. So I am taking, like I said, last Nano's novel and rewriting it. So right now I'm separating out what I don't want in it and keeping what I do want part of it, but rewriting it because it's going to be a little bit different than I originally planned. So that's taking time because I have to go through and decide, is this something I want to keep? Is it worth it? And where does it go? Because even the order of things are changing. The only thing I did not change so far too much is the point of view characters. I did start trying to take two of them and make them one, but I still have too many of them.
I'm just being overly superstitious this year, because last year's Nano project was book 3 in my Gods of Death trilogy that I was writing for rapid release this year. And that's the book where the plague gets unleashed on the world and all the nightmare bad things happen. And I'm just like, I know, like, in my head, like, I'm a rational human being. I know I didn't have anything to do with the plague, but so I'm like being very careful with what I'm putting into the story, because like, I don't want to accidentally be right again and not be able to publish for a while.
Right. Hi, Kat.
Hello, Kat. I hope that you are feeling a little bad, or take care of yourself.
She's relaxing, she said. So
Don't make your BB have to hunt you down, because
yeah, so
will do. My tea's not ready yet. I had to pull out the big water glass, the big water jug. I really wanted to sip some tea, but it would have been completely performative because the tea's still steeping, so it's an empty cup.
So, anyone have any idea how long you want to make our first sprint? Last night we did a 40-minute one, and I think we scared everybody off.
That's why I'm always like, please don't leave it to me, because like a 40-45 is like my happy spot. Like, when I'm working by myself, I work in like 45-minute increments. Like, that's
well, it was fine with me, and it was the other person who suggested. I said, okay, fine, 40's fine. But then I looked up, and I'm like, oh, everybody left.
I did one of those on my Millwordy launch stream that I did, because Devin was like, let's do a 45. I was like, yes, it's Millwordy launch stream. We're going to do 45. And when I came back, people were like, I know, like, I had to just, like, I'm skipping the chat because y'all worked for like 10 minutes and then just chatted through the rest.
See, a lot of people do 40s when they're and whatnot when they're by themselves, but in these kind of sprints, they don't want them that long.
So, 15, 20, because I really have not been able to get any writing done today, because I keep trying to make a video that I'm not ready to make. And if it's like, if we start with a 15, there's no way I can trick myself into trying to do that, because that's not enough time to even get started.
Well, 15's winning so far. We've got two 15s in here. We've got a 40 if she's by herself, or 15, 20 or 15. Megan says 15. So we can start with the 15 and see where we go from there. But I won't do that 40 again after what happened last night.
I have to say, I will be doing a birthday stream, and I might just like start it 45 minutes early, just to be like 45-minute sprint starting now, and just get it out of the way before we get into the regular thing.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So now, like I said, I'm still new to this with a guest. So let's see. Share my screen. And I don't have fancy timers. I'm lucky the Chromebook lets me do the Google timer. So we're
And
going.
I just want to say real quick before we do go into the sprint. If I disappear, I'll be back. Look for me, because for some reason StreamYard has gotten angry with my camera on a couple occasions here lately and has like kicked me out. So if I suddenly disappear,
Well, I'm used to that since it kicks me out of
yeah,
yours all the time.
yeah. So
So,
hopefully that
okay.
won't happen. I feel like if I say it ahead of time, it will be
Maybe
like,
it
oh,
won't
it's not a
happen.
gotcha. Like,
Yeah.
gremlins like to sneak up on you. So if you tell them you see them coming, they
Okay. Well,
often
we'll
leave
see
you
what
alone.
happens. Anyhow, maybe we'll luck out. I've got 15 minutes on the timer. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I thought it was coming up, and I'm like, oh no. Okay. Cat's feeling better. That's good. Temperature went back down. Good news. All right. Okay. So, finished the sprint. I got roughly 400 or so words. My word decided to just restart itself.
Oh,
I don't know if it saved before it restarted, but it started itself. So
oh.
I can't do anything with it. So that's where I'm at. How'd you do, Charlie?
I am trying to figure out how I want to. Okay, so like I said, I'm cheating. I'm not making a full on game. I am basically building an expansion to the cipher system that already exists for the game that's going to be in there, and I'm trying to figure out the in-game terms for some of the things. I'm basically at the hard. What for me is the hard part is there are a couple game elements that need to be basically skinned so that they fit into the setting that I'm doing, and I'm trying to come up with names for them. And it's like beating my head against a wall because I don't like any of the words that I have available to me.
Oh,
So I'm not entirely thrilled. So I just basically sat there looking at synonyms for warrior for 15 minutes and
oh,
going, why are none of these what I want?
okay. Well, let's see who we've got. Some new people, and let's see how we did here in the chat. We have, let's see, Kat's thinking about maybe taking tomorrow off, which may be a good idea because it's funny. A scene in my story is similar to her problem right now. So Megan definitely recommends that.
Yeah, if you're not feeling well, you definitely need to take some time for you because there's been a lot of stress, and you
And
you don't need to
at a
relapse.
restaurant, no, not a good thing.
If you hear the loud grumbling noises, my doggie is very unhappy with me because apparently I'm supposed to be playing with her right now or something. I don't know. She's sitting on the stool opposite me, just going.
Oh boy.
I don't know if the mic's picking it up or not.
I can't hear it, but I don't have my hearing aids in, so I don't hear a lot of things. So I can't hear it. So Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Eva is here. Why is life the way life is? I think that's a big question with a very impossible answer. Any answers to that one, Charlie?
The answer that I always give to that is life is beautifully unfair. And no, none of us really want life to be fair. I know the things that I've done in my life, and I do not want a fair, I do not want life to be fair with me about it. I want to be able to make amends. I want to be able to make things better. It's the unfairness of life that tends to give us the opportunity to do better and to actually make changes. We don't want back exactly what we pull in, or it's a closed system. We want options. And it's the cost of free will that things get to be chaotic and nightmarish way too much of the time.
Actually, it's kind of pretty interesting theory there, and it does make a lot of sense. Okay.
Because
Laura's here. And she said, because it can be. That's why life is the way it is. So Eva is here cleaning her office to start. She doesn't know how she messes it up like she does, but the clutter is chaos in my brain. Well, we won't talk about clutter because you can't see, but my one little section all around me is my clutter. So
what do you think my back's up against a wall right now?
Chocolate Witch got 229 words. That's great. Laura just ate her Indian food. So good. Not into Indian food, but
I'm kind of curious what you
I
have.
know a lot of people do.
Were there papadums? What did you have?
Charlie has questions, Laura.
I have questions. I'm so into this right now because it's not my book. Like, do you know what I would do just for some naan right now? Like, I'm so tired of having to make naan myself. Like, I miss Indian restaurants so much.
And Chocolate Witch says this year's been pretty stressful for everybody. Definitely.
Yeah.
Nicole, Sasha, be nice to Anne and Charlie.
Yeah, I don't know what her deal is. She's just curled up on the stool opposite me, staring at me, and occasionally just in a very low, like, I have disappointed her. I have failed her in some way that I don't know what is, because I walked her before we did this. I made sure she had food and water. Like, I've done the things that I know to do, and she's just like, not. I failed her.
Oh, poor Sasha. So, Chocolate Witch says life is fair because it's unfair to everyone.
That works too.
Yeah, that works too. Laura says butter chicken, saffron, and peas, rice, and naan.
See, like, I'm all about the breads. Like, I like a lot of other food too, but like the first way to get me into another cuisine is like, here's their bread, and if that gets me, I'm in. And I have some chickpea flour in there. I might make chapatas for dinner. You're inspiring me.
She's getting hungry. Laura says it's enough for 3 days, so she's happy. Oh, well, there you go.
That's even better.
That's enough to share, even. And Eva says she's a breadhead too.
I'm all about the bread. Like, I loved Japanese food, like, with all my heart. And then somebody introduced me to Japanese milk bread. And I was just like, can their food get any better? Like, can they get in? Like, oh my goodness. Like, they have achieved perfection. If you've never had Japanese milk bread, hunt it down. It is the apex of all breads. It is what all bread aspires to be. Like, the French think that they have created perfect bread. They have not. The Japanese did, and it's called milk bread, and it's amazing.
Well, I like French bread. I like Italian bread. I'm not into all these other specialty breads. Megan is expecting pictures.
There is.
Witch says leftovers. And Eva says, it's so hard to stay disciplined when motivation is gone. No one would notice if I just didn't. So I struggle to do. I guess she meant to do. And, now Laura's adding to this. Angel, I gather it's Angel.
Yeah.
Hat cake is so good.
I get what you're saying. I think she's making a joke because Japanese milk bread is very fluffy, kind of like Angel food cake, but it's not like it. It's different, but it's amazing, and I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Just all the Japanese food. I'll take all of it.
So Kat says, sadly, my coworkers never want to take or trade shifts with me, partly because I work with a bunch of high schoolers for the other hosts. Oh, yeah. I've done that where I've been the adult with a bunch of high schoolers. Yeah. Not a good situation.
Eva, don't say that too loudly. You'll get kicked out of Illinois.
And now, she doesn't like cornbread or soggy bread? I don't either.
Yeah, yes, but you're not South adjacent. Like, you gotta be careful saying stuff like that, because I mean, for goodness sakes, I make cornbread 1 to 2 times a week because it is a staple in the house, because I grew up with it, and not just the cornbread, but the corn pone. And you have to know the difference between cornbread and corn pone. They're different. A lot of places will serve you cornbread and call it corn pone, but it is not. It's a very different thing. It's different. Yeah, you got to be careful with that around here, Eva. People will come for you.
Try to remember not to express my opinion on cornbread again.
Oh no! it's kind of like grits. It's a religious thing around here, around these parts. Like you're either Protestant or Catholic. You're either pro or against, and like ne'er the two shall meet. Like there are very few people in the middle saying, "Can we just get along?" Just
Laura says angel hat cheesecake is what they call it at Uncle Tetsu's.
oh, okay.
Eva's laughing. And to me, she says, you're the first person I've met that also didn't like cornbread. Okay. Yeah. I know. I don't want Charlie coming down on me.
Oh no, I won't.
No, I don't like corn. I just can't. And soggy, add soggy to it. And there's no way I'm eating any kind of bread if it's soggy. Even my favorite bread, I would not eat soggy.
I'm just saying, we make a family recipe of cornbread that's been passed down for generations, and like it is in my blood. It is in my blood. It is 90% of what makes up this flesh is cornbread. It's like, since I was a child.
I think it jumped on me because I miss this. Eva said to Kat, in the plague, I'd swing through and get a test if you have to work after vomiting. Your employer should insist you not go to work. Flu season has begun.
Yep, that's true.
I got my first flu shot ever this year. I never, ever, and I've never had the flu either. But they insisted, and they're driving me crazy. So I had a flu shot and a pneumonia shot. I had them both.
With the restaurant, we're going to have to make sure that we get one because last thing we need is to get sick, like with anything this year. And I have to say, Eva, I can understand people not liking it, but I've had cornbread that I hate it. But the cornbread that I grew up with, like I said, it's just who I am. It is a part of me. It is a part of me.
This thing's putting things up, and I don't know what it's. I didn't touch it. Okay, so it's up there. All righty. How did I do that? Because I'm not. Now I got to do something to get it to change. All right. Depends on the cornbread for me. So
there are bad cornbreads. They do exist.
Differentiating. To me, cornbread is cornbread is cornbread. I don't like it.
But see, I grew up on like we made cornbread into everything. Like if you've never had a good skillet pineapple upside down cake, it's basically a sweet cornbread cooked in a pineapple caramel. It is life.
Well, I like pineapple upside down cake, but I'm not sure about the cornbread part of that.
Like I don't like if there's too much flour. Like it tastes weird to me. But then again, I grew up in the Ozarks. We have a palate around here. I'm not saying it's a good one or a bad one. It's just very particular.
So Chocolate Witches obviously likes cornbread, and say Laura, cornbread that is mixed with yellow cake mix is so good.
That's what
that may help it a little bit because I do like yellow cake mix. And,
that's
yellow
what made me
cake.
think of that.
But I'm not sure if it'd be enough to hide that taste of the cornbread.
But that's what made me think of the pineapple upside down cakes that we do around here.
All right, Eva. Most confuse the flu with stomach flu. Influenza isn't the stomach flu. I know very few people who have had the flu. They just say they had it because they hugged the toilet a few days. Okay.
Very true.
Eva's good on the flu shot. Okay. BH. I'm not sure if I said hello to you yet. Cornbread, yay, but I agree, not soggy. Okay.
I feel like I started a thing. I'm sorry. I have to spring controversy wherever I go.
So we're talking about cornbread. Oh, well. Nicole says, I can't have cornbread. Corn is like a laxative to me. Sorry if that was too much information.
Oh, no. Like I said, I am not like, I don't get worked up about a lot of things. I was just worried for Eva's safety because this is one of those places like God help you if you said out loud and actually meant it. I'm going to have to whisper this. I don't like bacon around here because I do. I do. Some people don't come for me. Like, people will knock on your door with like rashers of bacon and be like, hey, are you sure? Eat it. Eat it. Like,
Wow.
people are weird around here.
It sounds like it, Charlie. Really.
We had somebody at our restaurant say that they did not like venison, and the next week 3 people showed up with venison for them to prove them wrong.
I've had
That's the kind of place I live.
I can't say it's my favorite, but I have had venison. I did eat it. My son-in-law is a deer hunter. So we had all kinds of deer meat, not just venison, but deer meat cut up in different ways. So when we had spaghetti with meat sauce, it was deer meat. Looked like meat sauce, but it was deer meat. So,
And we grew up on a fairly subsistence diet of whatever got hunted. Like, I grew up on bear and squirrel, and I know, like, when I say I grew up in the 1890s, like, I did. I know what possum tastes like, and I know the difference between possum and raccoon, and I have to say I would rather have possum than raccoon.
oh, don't tell me if you're serving me any of that stuff.
Oh no, I do not. My grandmother had to have possum for Thanksgiving, or it was not Thanksgiving.
Oh, gee. Let's see. Oh, here's Stephanie.
Hello, Stephanie. Stephanie has a new book coming out. It is available to order on the Amazon.
We don't have a Devin here to put the link up. Sorry. I can't do it. So
I don't have a wrench.
And I don't know how to do wrenches. I have no idea how you do a wrench.
You have to do it on the actual YouTube chat. You can't. It's something you can't do from StreamYard.
You have to be on YouTube.
Yeah, you have to be on YouTube.
On the screen, that's.
Yep. You have to have the YouTube chat actually open, and you can click on them and add to moderator, or you have to go into Creator Studio and do it there. But it's a lot harder in Creator Studio because you have to make sure you've got the right person. And with some people that have similar names, it's a whole thing.
I have the chat that we're doing up.
Yeah, if you take somebody like, say, Stephanie, so she could share her book, and you click on something she said, you'll see 3 dots on the end. And you click those 3 dots, and you'll see an option that says Add Moderator.
Okay, so let me see. Where are you, Charlie?
And suddenly there will be power.
So click on Charlie. All right, 3 dots. I get it. Okay. 3 dots. Yeah, because I don't have moderators because I didn't know how to do it. Add moderator.
And momentarily I will see myself turn blue.
You are.
And I just turned blue.
Okay. So now I have a moderator. And you can add, because I cannot.
I will go grab the link.
This setup, I can't do links anyhow. So, So, okay. So Stephanie, essay. You got Stephanie. You can put the link in if you want. I said, I don't know how to do it. The whispering took my out. I can't figure that one out. I'm sorry. It's probably a mistake of some sort, but I don't get it. Laura says, any pointers on prose poetry? Trying it out. Yeah, I saw that over on Stephanie's. I don't know anything about prose poetry. I love poetry, but I don't know a lot about the different kinds of poetry.
I love doing prose poetry in the first of the Faroon stories that I did. For example, there's a prose poem in there that's one of the chase scenes. And I picked a poem by Goethe that I loved, the meter of it. and I mirrored that in the prose, because it's from the poem Der Erlkönig. There's this moment where erkletete, and I just love that because it reminds me of horse hooves, right? Like you feel the horse moving, and so I try to mirror that in the text. I do that a lot, where I will find a poem with a similar mood and mirror the meter in the work that I'm doing. That's a really fun thing to do with prose poetry. The other thing is to remember to play around with illusion, play around with word sounds, and play around with imagery. So anything that you would normally do poetically, but not limiting yourself to any of the other strictures. Because prose poems are basically ultimate free verse poetry. You don't have to worry about keeping a particular rhyme scheme. You can, and that can be very effective in some places. To draw attention is to suddenly go into rhyme or to go into meter. I've done that with some stories, but playing around with imagery and making the meter very intentional is a very powerful way to do it. And those would be my biggest things with that, because I love writing prose poems. They're one of my absolute favorite things to do. But there is,
I may have written them, but I didn't know what they were, as I don't.
Yeah.
Aside from haikus, and the other one, the 5 lines that that rhyme with Nantucket. That kind of poem.
Limericks.
Limerick. Aside from haikus and limericks, I don't know too much about the type of poetry. I just write it.
And I see Eva a little bit later asked, what is prose poetry? Like I said, prose poetry is essentially the ultimate form of free verse. You write as if you're writing normal prose fiction or prose story, but you very intentionally utilize some of the poetic arts to add more to it. Most prose poems are about evoking a mood or getting you to feel an experience. And in fact, Eva, you've seen a prose poem, because my story, the Confirmation, which I did for Orla's anthology, was a prose poem. Because I'm bad at writing short stories, so I generally will submit a prose poem instead of a short story, because I like them better. And if you actually pay attention to that, you can see how it goes in and out of rhyme. It actually has some very strongly metered sections of it, and plays around with a lot of the tools that you would normally use in poetry that you would not use while writing fiction to convey the experience. And I hope that answers the question.
I hope that helped.
Yeah, I hope that helped. I'm thinking of doing some videos on it, because ever since I started talking about it, people seem to be interested. And there really are very few resources out there, because it was very popular in the 1920s. And it kind of, it lingers about, but it's not, a big thing.
Okay,
but it should be, because they're wonderful.
Breads dipped in soup. More soup soaked up, the better.
Oh,
so
yum.
I wouldn't do that. Soggy. Definitely wouldn't be doing that. Let's see. Oh, wow. A whole bunch of stuff. All right.
I hit the wrong
Eva
button.
says, so you don't like something and everyone is so sure their version is the game changer, huh? Yeah.
I don't think mine's the game changer. I just think that my ancestors would all rise from the dead and kill me if I didn't like it.
Eva thinks humans are weird. Well, maybe we are.
Are you insinuating that I'm human? Because that would be a first for me.
Eva says, I love venison chili, not a fan of deer jerky or steaks. I don't like I don't like any kind of jerky, so
There
let's
we
see.
go.
Trying to catch up a little bit. Laura loves venison and elk. Okay, I've had venison, not elk. Hi, Amy. Amy's my number one fan. She makes sure that everyone knows she's here. Gotta know that Amy's here. Hi,
Hello,
Amy.
Amy. I haven't seen you for a while. I'm glad to see you here.
She used to be a regular till I got sick, and then she got scared because I wasn't around. So she was really worried about me. All right. BH says bacon. No bacon is going to start riots. I like bacon, but I'm not going to hunt people down because they don't. Exactly.
People around here take food way too seriously. Like, don't even get us started on ambrosia, because every family has their own ambrosia recipe, and it's the like golden child. And there you will start see wars break out. Like, people have died over less.
Now Eva says everyone should hate bacon. Not good.
Pigs
Oh,
are
so
evil.
the price goes back down. That's a good one. Everyone should hate bacon, so the price goes back down.
Yeah. I'm just saying pigs are evil. We eat them before they eat us. Grew up around too many pig farms, have no sympathy whatsoever.
Now this one, Chocolate Witch says turkey bacon is superior. I do not like turkey bacon.
I've had some good turkey bacons, but they are few and far between.
Oh, gosh. Turkey bacon I've had has been awful. Of course, it's been in a hospital, so that could explain the fact that it was so awful. But no, I didn't. I am not a turkey bacon person. I love bacon, though. Oh, I could eat it. I would eat the whole package. That's how bad I love it. Nicole, I don't mind people hunting as long as you eat what you hunted or give it to someone who will eat it. Sorry, people annoy the hell out of me where I live. My son-in-law, he hunts for food. That's their meat for the.
One of the really cool things that they do around here is, like, say somebody wanted to hunt for trophies, there are places where you can take the deer and they'll basically take the meat to give to families that are in need. And then you can have, that way they don't, and stuff like that. I wish there was more of, because there are so many people that go hungry. Like, don't waste it. Like, just don't waste it. Like,
yeah. Well, I know they always have a freezer full of meat, because he hunts, but he doesn't hunt for pleasure. He hunts to eat. Definitely.
because that's how we grew up. To eat bacon or not to eat bacon? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to kill the pig before it kills you, or to let the swine take over our cities and run ramshot over our towns. Oh no, we live in the land that the pigs are invading. People have, like, you have to check before you go outside, or you may be killed by rampaging hogs around here, because they're bad. No, wild hogs are really bad around here. At least they kill people. They savage people. They're bad. Sorry.
Yes, I'm surprised I didn't see any mods. I think she's talking to me because I didn't know how to do it. And I don't have that many people on my channel, so, it wasn't a big deal. So,
yeah, I've only had a couple needs for moderators, and that's the day that, like, everyone became a moderator because some bad people showed up.
It seems like everybody on there's blue.
Yeah, some very bad people showed up. I got hit by a troll storm, and so all of the people that I knew and trusted got wrenches so that they could help. Like, we were playing whack-a-mole for a while, and
well, we just went over what prose poetry is.
Yeah, I skipped down to that one.
Or maybe it's just got.
Yeah, I skipped down to that one when I saw that one in the chat.
Oh, okay.
So that I could, while I was answering Laura, I could answer that one too.
All right. So then, intentional meter in something other than a poem.
Yep.
Or a poem that doesn't rhyme. All right. Let's see. And come on. I think I naturally write that way, maybe.
Some people do, and it's a beautiful thing to like add to your arsenal, because anytime you have to do a love scene or a fight scene, it's a beautiful technique to pull out, because it will make the text different and will also be able to inject more meaning and like emotional oomph into the story. So whether it's something you do a lot or just pull out for special occasions in your story, it's a good technique to have in your pocket.
All right, we got to skip a couple of these because it's getting long. Eva wants a prompt for the next sprint. Someone could come up with some kind of prompt and put it in there for Eva. Not sure what that is. Let's see. Here's Stephanie's link, it looks like.
Yep.
All right, there's the link to Stephanie's book. Thank you, Charlie, because and let's see. I love bacon with a passion, Amy says. I love any type of meat, to be honest. Her father I think it was her father last night was barbecuing. It was like meat, meat, meat. And I'm like, oh man, I love meat. I want to be there. Could use meat. Now, BH wants to know what ambrosia is.
Yeah, ambrosia is an ecumenical matter. Most people who have had it, if you've ever seen it at a place that was some kind of a gelatin whipped topping mixed fruit thing.
That's kind of what I've seen whenever people call it that.
But there are so many variations of ambrosia. Every family has their own. Every family thinks that theirs is the best. And some of them are right and some of them are wrong. And my personal family ambrosia is crap, but I have a friend whose ambrosia is actually the best. But like, people will come to blows over it. Like when we have more than one family, like the last couple of years, we're probably not going to do it this year because plague. But the last couple of years, we've had a bunch of different friends and stuff. We've all come together for the holidays, and every family brings their family ambrosia because it's not a holiday without it. And then the combat starts where people start arguing over whose is better. But it's a thing.
I know there's always ambrosia, but I've never really done anything about it or got into it or so there's many different ways. We got the book place here. I don't remember seeing you before. Welcome to my channel. And for those who don't know Charlie's channel, his info is in the description below. So if you want to subscribe to Charlie, it's down there.
There's a lot of crazy videos coming. If I can get them finished.
I tend to eat turkey bacon more than bacon, but regular bacon does taste better. Oh, yes. EH says she's never, she or he, I don't know who you are. I shouldn't say that. She or he. Ha, I just never heard of it or seen it. Okay. Whole bunch of them again I just missed, right? Yep. Okay. Chocolate Witches in Alaska and subsistence living is huge here. Okay, yeah. Got that. Yeah. Megan has wild javelina, which are a type of peccary. Now, okay. Another word I haven't heard of. Similarly dangerous. Okay. I'm going to assume they're the same type of animal. Eva says mods are great to have around. Well, I have one now, and it helped. Let's see. Book place. Oh, I had that before. It jumped again on me, didn't it? Okay. Laura says, sounds like a good horror story, roaming gangs of wild hogs.
And, yeah. They're the Asian boars.
We were just talking about it the other day.
We
had to read in high school.
They're the Asian boars that somebody imported for hunting, and they got loose and have been fruitful and multiplied.
Oh
And
god.
like they actually have a special division of the sheriff's department that goes out to the lake when like it's open for swimming to make sure they've cleared out as many of them as they can, so people coming out to like go swimming don't get attacked. Like it's
Oh.
bad. Like they're huge, they're gigantic, and they're mean.
I was thinking of Lord of the Flies. They had that story, if you are familiar with it.
Yeah.
Amy says, my mom works at a meat factory and she sees hundreds of sheep, cows, and all types of animals being killed. I wouldn't make it in there since I love animals. Yeah. I worked in a chicken factory. That was bad enough. We didn't have chicken for years and years. And my kids are like, Ma, when are we going to have chicken? Not in my house, you're not. I do eat chicken now, but it took years.
I grew up
Years.
on and around farms, and like I don't know. Chickens are evil. Chickens will jump at your eyes.
He might be, but it was just the whole thing was disgusting.
I can imagine.
BH says if hogs are killing people, then in your case, definitely make them bake and kill or be mauled.
Yep.
Nicole, I have 70 subscribers, so YouTube must be back to being normal. I
Yeah,
would never call YouTube normal. I have 92. I have 92. I'm almost to 100. So I'm on my way. I'll have to have a Q&A soon.
yep.
Okay. Kat's thinking about making a fast chicken soup dumplings because they don't have bread. Besides bread, I need to bake. Okay. All right. Oh, no. New comments. Just when I think I'm caught up. All right.
That's one of the reasons why I'm usually just apologize and sprint.
Yeah, I mean, it jumps and then you miss all these people. BH, I've had flan. My mom's side does that and it is gross. Yeah, okay, I can understand that. Kat says, be that one person who collects all the recipes and combines them in some ways. BH, also, okay, I am female. You had that right. I'm sorry if I offended you. Just Eva, I worked at a pig processing plant for a week. Oh, God, that got to be worse than chickens. I thought chickens were bad. But we toured the kill floor. Oh, gosh. No, I don't want to see that. All right, Chocolate Witch is ready for another sprint. So we're at a point where we're caught up before it jumps into a whole nother thing. We can do another sprint. We want to do what? 20?
25. Let's do 25.
Okay. We will
25.
do 25. Yeah, let's see if I can share the screen. $25. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. trying to get it off of my screen, and I can't seem to get it off my screen. There's gonna be a way to get it off the screen.
Yeah, just click it again.
I can't find it. It jumps so far. I guess it's out of.
Just click anyone twice, and it'll go away. Hey, click it again. There you go.
It should be gone. It's not. And it's not the one that came up either. No, it's. Sorry, cat. You're stuck there. I don't know why it's doing this.
It's gone now for me.
And it's not on mine. It's going for you? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not on mine. It's still here. It's not showing my ticker either, so. The banner. Oh, wait a minute. Now it's disappearing. Okay. Here comes the banner. Alrighty. Okay. Now shut up. Okay, another sprint on. You can let us know in the comments how you did. I wanted to thank the book place for subscribing. I assume that's what you mean by 93 now. And I guess at this point, since I'm getting so close, in order to get hopefully some questions, anybody that wants to leave any questions can put them either in the comments on this video. I have in the description, besides Charlie's information, I think right near is my email. There's 2 emails. You can choose either one. Send me questions that way. Just put question in the memo line so I know what it is. And I also have an Instagram, and there I'm Tessa Writes Full Time. You can direct message me with a question there, and I'll try to put together a selection if I get enough by the time I hit the 100 mark, so I can do the question and answering. So just a thank you to the book place, because they said they went ahead and subscribed. Now, how did you do, Charlie?
I'm naming things, and it's hard.
Naming things?
Yeah, I'm because I'm still in the initial world building phase for this story, and every time I'm like, I think I have everything named that I need to have named for me to get like started. It's like, oh, and I need to talk about, oh yeah, I need to name those. Dang it.
Oh my gosh.
So like everything's about naming right now. Just name everything. Name it all.
Names, I always look them up in Google just to make sure I'm not doing like some famous person now by mistake or something.
Yeah.
Google all my names. It takes a while. I haven't used any of those generators though. I haven't tried that. I just use names that I know. So I mean, there's a lot more names out there. Mine are pretty standard names. There's nothing fancy about them. And I don't find that to be super hard, naming people, but
well, it's not just people. It's like I need to name all of the like I'm basically naming game mechanics right now. And so like what are the classes called? What is this called? What is that called? And it's just
true. And names, I have names of towns to worry about and names of businesses and stuff like that. Those kind of things. But I'm trying to make a fictitious, I'm using the state of New Jersey where I live, but I need to make it fictitious. So I was like, everything I have to look it up and make sure it doesn't exist actually in New Jersey.
I know that one.
Want it to be totally fiction. I don't want I can't say not totally, because I did use Cape May, which is very well known in New Jersey, but not in Cape May. I just said near Cape May or in Cape May. I did not go into details. And I don't know whether to take that out yet or not. I haven't decided. That everything else I made up.
Like right now I have to name the 4 basic player classes that people can play, and because it wouldn't be a game if you didn't have some overly complex naming system and didn't just use the bog standard. It's really hard because like half of what I'm doing is like I want to play off of these ideas from these other games, and I want it to be something that like people will see and kind of giggle at or laugh at, but at the same time be okay with it, because like my sense of humor is weird and I don't know if anybody's gonna get it. And I don't know. I'm mad at my muse. This is not the story I was planning on doing. I had it all worked out. I was gonna be doing a space opera.
Well, I can understand that. I just totally took a left turn with my story by taking out a bunch of stuff. And part of me saying, don't do that. don't do that. You don't want to do that. And you did that. And now it's like,
Yeah.
okay, it's done now. So I have to go a different route. And now this means rethinking my story because it's going to change the story.
Yeah, trying to get this world to feel right is difficult because it can't be. I understand, like Ann Wilson, when she worked on the music, or was it Nancy? It was Nancy that worked on the music for Almost Famous. There's this wonderful line where she was like, "We had the hardest time finding musicians who could understand what we were going for, because the whole point of it is this has to sound like a band that would have been performing in the 70s and almost made it. So they can't play too good. Like, they have to play good enough that the music's good, but they can't play so good that you're like, well, why didn't they?" And like, I remember watching the interviews with her talking about that and all the struggles they went through. And now I'm like, I feel it, because like, this can't, with very few exceptions, most massively multiplayer online games are not written to the same specifications that a fantasy novel would be. So it needs to be overwritten just the right amount that it feels like a game. Because there's a certain like overdoneness that all games tend to have. And it's really hard to be like, oh, that's a perfect name. And I'm just like, no game studio in their right mind would use that name, because it's not marketable enough. Dang it. That's right. Okay. So, like, because it's got, it's tricksy, but I'm having fun with it.
Well, that's the important thing. You're having fun. Oh, that's one of the most important things, is you're having fun.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of like everything that I do right now. I can't stop thinking about this game. Like, I dream about it. I'm like, it is. This is why I know, like, this is the one that the muse has chosen. Like, I am utterly obsessed. I love that. I love that. And I hope you're doing okay, Amy.
Now, see, I didn't do anything, and now it's back on the thing. I'm not doing anything. How'd that get up there? I'm not doing anything.
Psychic powers.
Oh, boy. And you know how hard it was for me to get that? It just jumped again. So, anyhow, it's jumping. It's jumping. All right.
But yeah, I do love that name. But this is a challenge that I did not mean to set for myself, because like, for certain elements of the story, I want people to like see the echoes of Final Fantasies that have gone before, because there's certain elements that I'm really like playing on from that. But like, I don't want to get sued by Square Enix, so there has to be different enough that they're not going to come after me.
Yeah.
And so like I really wanted the entire world to be born out of a crystal, because like every Final Fantasy, like when you finally find out like the secret of how the world came into being, in the beginning there was a crystal. And I was like, but I can't do that. I can't do that. It's too close. I have to do something different. I do like the origin story that I did come up with, but
well, I see a huge conversation here about New York City.
I love New York City. I used to spend a lot of time there.
Huh. It must have jumped all the way to the end, because there's nothing left here.
It likes to do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Chocolate Witch got 301 words. I missed that. Cats. I saw that one. I don't know. It's jumping all over the place, so I can't follow it. I'm trying. No, it's all stuff I read, and it's not.
Amy Lee got 125 words and a bit of rereading.
Oh, okay, well, good. You found something. I'm not sure what's going on
I
here.
scrolled back and I've just started looking for numbers. I have a habit of doing that when it's just like,
Well,
oh, it jumped
that's
and got
good.
crazy.
I see where Chocolate Witch got 301, but somebody did some dishes. All right, Laura did dishes. Amy apologized for being quiet. She's having a sad day. I'm sorry, Amy. You were so happy yesterday, or seemed to be. I remember that conversation we were having about pretending to be happy when we're not. uh,
I just decided to stop pretending and just say, screw the world. I'm happy. Like the last good parts of me died and my heart shrank 3 sizes one day and I feel a lot better now. I kid, kind of, sort of ish, just a little bit. But
and then they got to talking about New York.
Your character is on her motorcycle, so now are the sounds you hear frustrated honking, I am assuming.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about motorcycles last night, and then I was explaining what it felt like to ride a motorcycle. She was going to have her female character jump on just grab a motorcycle, steal it, and go. And I'm like, unless she's a tall person, she's not going to be able to do that because females usually have, unless they're tall, have smaller motorcycles. You can't just grab a guy's motorcycle and go. You can't do that. So she kind of had to change her story a little bit because we were trying to explain that. And so they pretty much have gone on about the New York City. And this sounds, it's a city. Like people said, it's filthy. It's noisy. There's tons of people everywhere. There's pickpocketers trying to get your stuff.
Yeah, but out in the country we have roving gangs of pigs and meth heads, so I miss the city. I miss the city. At least I knew
I'm not
people.
a city person. I like the country. This is enough of the city for me, and it's not really a city. It's just a small town, but it's more the city than I want.
I'm a hermit at heart, so if I could be like on a mountain away from everybody, I'd take that, but I'm not a fan of small towns.
Hi, Kate. Nice to see you here. Kate just got here. She just woke up. What am I currently reading? I'm reading a thriller about someone who kills twins on their 21st birthday. And he captures them and waits till they turn 21 and then he kills them. And the current set of twins aren't cooperating. They managed to kind of get away. He's trying to recapture them, but their 21st birthdays pass, which ruins his mode of killing them as they turn 21. That's his whole idea, to kill them exactly when they turn 21 years old. So I don't know what's going to happen there, but they're trying to get away from him. But that's what I'm reading, and I can't remember the name of the author.
I'm actually not reading any fiction books right now because I've gone into like self-care mode. So I'm reading some nonfiction stuff to like heal and take care of myself. I'm reading a wonderful book called The Tao of Aquinas by Matthew Fox, which has really been helpful for me right now. It's a very good book. And I'm reading another book called The Order of the Sacred Earth, which has also been very, very soothing for the soul. that book is about how to turn anger and rage into something wonderful and non-destructive. And I need that right now. I need that so much.
I don't have rage. I just have deep depression.
The depression keeps trying to get me, but I keep kicking the depression kitty out the house, and all I'm left with is rage. I'm just, I have to say, like, the theme song of this year is a tie between Deus in Absentia by Ghost and Waiting for the Night by Depeche Mode. Because I just keep going back and forth between the two songs, is like, what is the state that I'm currently in? And it really depends on how much the depression kitty, how close the depression kitty has gotten to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm fighting now. I don't get really rage for the most part. I mean, I can't say I don't. I mean, when I was younger and in school and the teacher would get mad at me for talking and make me move, I would pick up my books, storm across the room, slam them on the desk. And the teacher would call my mom, and my mom would say, "Did it ever occur to you to move the other person?" And they're like, "No." They're like, "She's not going to change. That's the way she is." So it's like, if you don't want to go through that whole scene, move the other person. I was a talker. I was always talking when I shouldn't be.
I'm a seether. I get angry and then turn everything inside. Oh, the book place. I love The Importance of Being Earnest. I love Oscar Wilde. Just point blank, I love Oscar Wilde. My husband is basically the living embodiment of Miss Malaprop from The Importance of Being Earnest. So, like, I feel like I have lived this book so many times because I'm pretty sure that I've had an algae in my life a couple times too. Like, I love that book. I love The Importance of Being Earnest so much. Like, one year when we didn't have hardly any money, is when we first got together. The hubby actually downloaded a free copy of The Importance of Being Earnest and went into Word and prettified it up and made it all like styled up and printed it off and made a custom cover for it and bound it for me and gave that to me for Christmas one year because I
Wow.
love that book so much. Like that the book means a lot to me in a very strange way, but I love Oscar Wilde. And I often call him my Mr. Malaprop.
uh, it sounds like everybody's having a little bit of a downtime.
Oh, you've never read it, Chocolate Witch? It's so good. It is so good. It is really funny. It is the goofiest idea for a story that has ever been goofied in the history of goofiness. Because two guys are into the same girl, but she dreams of marrying someone named Ernest. And so they're both plotting and scheming to get a priest to rechristen them so their name can be Ernest, so that she will fall in love with them and marry her. And hijinks ensues. Like, it is such a funny book
Sounds like
in so many ways, in a way that only Oscar Wilde could have written, because he was so good at the witticisms and everything. It's just, oh my goodness, it's so good.
I don't know if I've ever read it or not.
Yeah, and it's not that long either. Yeah, it's really short, but I'm surprised that it hasn't become a rom-com staple in the way that, like, so many movies are just versions of Emma. Like, so many rom-coms are just versions of Emma being redone and reworked, and the characters are being changed. The names of the characters are being changed. And I've always felt weird that The Importance of Being Earnest hasn't been treated that way because it's in the public domain, but it's such a funny premise that you could do so many different things with.
I'm not
the cucumber
sure
sandwich.
about cucumber sandwiches. What does that mean?
Oh, the cucumber sandwiches. Oh my god. Oh. See, now I'm going to have to. Yes, Jane Austen's Emma. When you actually look at the plot structure of a lot of modern rom-coms, pay very close attention to them. They're just Emma reskinned. So many of them. Like, that's just become an archetype for film. It really has, and I'm kind of okay with it because I'm obsessed with Jane Austen, but at the same time, it's just like there are other books that we can just make 1,000 versions of.
Just change, just name change, insert name change.
Yeah.
Insert a new title.
You'd be surprised how many Hollywood movies that's basically all they are. They're just reskinned classics.
Well, you figure all these years of things being written and movies being written, books and everything. I mean, how many ways can you redo the same story over and over again?
Infinite.
Yeah.
Because every actor makes different choices, every writer makes the words slightly different, but there really are only a couple stories in the world.
Well, they say there's only X amount of plots. It's just what you do with them.
Because it's all about execution. Like, it's no joke, that line, life is, what is it? And life is 99% showing up. Yeah. Like, that's true with everything. Like, it's how you actually perform that matters. Because I could tell you all exactly the plot of the book I'm writing, and we could all make a nano project of writing that plot. They would be extremely different books. Like, no two books would be the same. I could hand you my world building in its entirety and the plot and have us all write the books. And they would be very different books because it's all in the execution.
And it would be a very boring place if we couldn't do that, because who would want to see the same thing over and over again?
My niece, but, she's like
that. Heavens. All right. Amy says, here I was on the back of my motorcycle chasing after none other than Drake Hunter himself. Attractive CEO Drake Hunter, may I add? My assassin story second line.
Nice.
You're intriguing everybody, Amy. Very intriguing.
Very much so.
Well, if you guys want to do another sprint.
Sure.
How long? We stick to about 25 or what?
I like you get 20, 25. I mean, I'm just banging my head against a wall repeatedly and hoping that words jangle out. So, like,
I can't even count the words. The thing doesn't want to. I'm not counting them by hand, and it's writing them. As long as it saves them, I'm not too worried about how many are there. So,
Chocolate Witch
I
dare ask
a
for
few
30.
hundred. What's that?
Chocolate Witch dare ask for a 30.
I love all the 2882s now. We all know that's 29 something. Or something like that. My math's
29, 22.
Because there are not 82 seconds in a minute. So it switches over to 29 something. 30. Yeah, we were doing 30s and 40s last night. Like I said, we scared a bunch of people away. There was a mass exodus out of there. I watched the numbers. I'm like, well, I don't think they like that. And should we stick to the 25?
If you want to. I'm good for whatever. I do agree that I like the 2308. I don't know why. It makes me
2308. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kate said 2308.
23. Okay. All right. We'll do 2308. Give me a second to. Oh, gotta share the screen.
I know I'm not really brainstorming. I'm just naming things because I know the things of which I need to write. It's just finding all the right words because I don't like any of them. I don't like any of them. The
uh,
thesaurus has failed me.
my story just took a total turn to the left now, so I better now I have to redo it. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I think. Oh, all right. There's two of me. I think. Oh, all right. There's two of me. I think. All right. There's two of me. Oh, great. Now it's repeating me.
That's creepy.
There's two of me.
Why is it repeating?
Oh, great. Now it's repeating.
Oh my, that I don't understand what has just happened.
Great. Now it's repeating.
I was lost in the land of the Sorai.
I don't know what just happened.
StreamYard's been acting weird lately, and that yes, pre Halloween spooks.
I don't
yes,
know what just happened.
I have no idea what any of that was. I don't even know what could have caused that because it repeating everything. I don't.
It's acting very strange.
I
got rid of the X for me.
Did it boot you out?
Okay, no. I'm still freezing up. I mean, back or I'm not back. Out, and I had to ask for a code to get back in. Asked for the code to set up, and then get a repeating speaker. Yeah, so funny over here when it happens.
The last time it did something like that
seems to have started again.
The last time it did something like that to me, they had just pushed an update to the system, and it wreaked havoc. And yeah, maybe
I had to go all the way back and put a code in to get Yardstream up. Then I had to ask to go back to the past broadcast and bring up the one that we were just on because they had stopped. Now, I assume
I have YouTube open over here, and we're still live. I can see us. We're right there. Hi, YouTube.
Well, it shut down on my computer. I had to reopen it again. When I shut down, my computer shut down. It shut down my.
I'm seeing myself wave.
Yeah. Okay. I see you wave too.
I know we're still live.
It restarted again. I mean, it had stopped. People did comment, so I got a few comments coming through.
I don't know. I don't know who to blame. I don't know if it's StreamYard or if it's YouTube, but one of them did a thing.
One of them did a thing is right, and I don't know what. I think we're back. Okay, book, please. I do live writing sprints normally Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m., Fridays at 11 p.m., and then I do pop-ups like today. Today was a special one. It's not my normal time. It's a special one because I had a guest.
It's my fault. Today's my fault.
It's not your fault that the thing went screwy. I mean, I have problems just as much with gremlins as you do.
Why I made that animation.
Together is like explosive.
That's why I made the animation.
Megan says we're still live, so she's seeing it.
Because, yeah, I have the YouTube itself open over here so I can watch.
Because on mine, when I went off, my computer went off over here. It disappeared. And I thought, great, I can't see it there. And I started to panic. I'm like, how do I get back in here? And then I get back and it's busy repeating and I didn't know what to do. And I'm like, oh, I'm in Panic City here. Okay, the computer repeating someone in their
Yeah. Yeah, that was the creepiest part. That was the creepiest part. Like, that just like, is there a Dybbuk in the house? Like, what is going on? Like,
I'm sorry about the excitement, everyone.
This is perfect for Halloween month. I mean, this has got October all over it. Like, we just need to put out some jack-o'-lanterns and some spooky skull candles. I mean,
I've been kicked out to the point of having to just click re-enter, not to the point that I had to ask StreamYard for a whole new code to get in and then search for the one that I was on or create a new one. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what would happen with you. I didn't know what would happen with the people that were here. Well, so you guys are seeing something that you may not have seen before, but it does happen on here.
Heather had a bunch of trouble the other day. Bonnie had some trouble the other day. Nobody noticed that I had trouble the other day because I cheat. And when I stream, I have the timer running on one computer and my camera on another. So when I got kicked out, a couple people saw like me disappear, but the timer was still running. So by the time I fought my way back in,
well, my timer was there and now it's not. The timer's gone. It started running again because the clock stopped. It was weird. The whole thing was weird.
This just requires the giant cup of tea.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You want a giant cup of tea right now.
I might have to retire my cup of tea and go get a hard cider. I mean, that's just crazy. That's just all kinds of crazy.
That was like, you can't imagine how I was panicking. I'm like, no, I can't believe this happened. And what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm back. I mean, I did something right? I'm back.
It's just been weird lately. It's been weird because when I got kicked out, I think it was on Wednesday's stream, I got kicked out and it refused to recognize that I had a camera or a mic. And then I restarted everything and then it made me sign back in and it still didn't believe that I had a camera. And so I restarted everything again. And finally I got back in with like 30 seconds to spare on the timer. Because like I said, fortunately, I run a timer on a different computer. And so I came back and I'm all flabbergasted. Everybody else is like, I did work. Yay. And I'm just like, I fought with the computer the whole time. You have no idea.
She accidentally muted you guys. You missed quite a spectator sport there. I don't know what you guys actually saw, but I got booted completely out.
you were moving like you were in a strobe light and you just kept repeating over and over again, I don't know what's going on. Nah, I don't know what's going on. Like but it was obviously a loop. Like it wasn't you saying it over and over again. It was obviously like it just grabbed that little bit of sound and just kept playing it over and over again for no idea. Happy Halloween, everyone. Happy Halloween.
Well, I hope that's the worst that ever happens because that was pretty bad.
No,
Yeah,
that
you missed
was
it, Amy. I disappeared completely out, all the way
Happy
out of,
Halloween, slider candles.
and I had to get back in, and I was
Whew.
repeating, and oh, it was crazy. Things stopped, and now they're started again. I think everything is okay. The timer disappeared. Okay, Amy. The timer disappeared. I don't know how much time was left on it, but it disappeared. So I just
It's
started it,
fine.
really, the timer.
Yeah.
And it was weird. Just before it happened, my screen got huge. I'm like, what's
Uh,
wrong with the screen? And then that's when it kicked me out. Everything was
see,
giant sized.
people think I'm just being funny when
Amy
I
said
say the
she's going to be
gremlins.
watching to see what happened.
Like people think that I'm joking when I talk about the gremlins, but
I believe. I believe.
like there's just
Especially
some
after what
weird
just happened.
there's weirdness.
That was definitely weird.
Mm.
Please don't do that again. I'm not sure I could take it again. uh, Anybody get anything written during that craziness?
I wrote like one sentence. I went over and wrote a sentence, and then I heard that sound that because I can't even describe the sound because it was a technological like long sound. Like I don't even know how to make that sound, and doing Foley noises is like one of my favorite things.
Well, I didn't make it on purpose. Whatever it was, I had nothing to do with it.
I may go back and clip it for a Halloween special. I'm just saying. Goodness.
That's
That
why
was
you said you could go back and see what just happened. I'm not sure what just happened.
that was weird.
Well, I'm back. You're back. I'm afraid to touch anything. Megan relaxed. Chocolate Witch went and got something to eat. Laura says, I'm no good with voices. With care. Robert poured steaming waterfall into chipped mug, preoccupied with teabag. The swirls of vapors faced him, looking into his own with undead eyes that sagged.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm not very good with voices, but I tried. Kate wrote synopses for her July Nano project and submitted her Nano project to 30 covers, 30 days. Haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, what's that? What is that? I'm very curious now. Good.
Yeah, really. Book place filled out some info about how the love triangle, about how the love triangle evolves, and how how my main character gets over rejection. Okay. Amy got 44 words and helped clean the house a bit. I just had a minor heart attack when my screen went berserk. Those are the kind of things you have to try to deal with without sounding like a crazy person, frantic. And I have no idea what you guys are seeing or hearing on your end either.
You're normal and fine to me.
I might have to relook at it too, just to see what in the world happened, what you guys were seeing, because that's going to be part of that video. No, it's going to be part of it. That was really wild.
Okay, so 30 covers, 30 days is a challenge that began during Nanowrimo 2009. I completely missed it all these years. Okay. From Chris Pesadero. It's from New York City, aimed to design 30 covers for 30 books that were written during NaNoWriMo. Oh. So that okay.
According to Kate, yeah, the official Nano event in November where 30 Rhymos are selected to have a cover for their project designed. It's just for fun, but it's cool.
That's
Wow,
really cool.
that's something I didn't know about.
Yeah, I've participated in NaNoWriMo for like ever, and I didn't know
Yeah,
that was a thing.
2004 for me.
See, I would have to actually go back and look because I want to say it was 2004, 2005, whenever the website went live. But when they did their recent last year, when they did the update, it like erased all of my history.
Yeah,
Like,
most of the stuff is gone, but it still says under my name 2004. So I have to assume that's the year.
I
But
haven't
no
even
doubt
signed in this
the
year.
site it's still really screwed up there. And PH says, saw multiple screens of you, two of them, and then the three screens kept moving around, and then the vocal repeat. Oh boy.
Oh,
Then
what
you
in the
post
world?
it. Huh?
My Nano, I just signed in, and it has me working on a book that no. Wait, what?
Well, their site has not been the same since they redid it. They really screwed it up. I don't know how you screw a website up so as bad as they have. And for years now, it's been a couple years since they did that. And it's still all screwed up.
See, mine says that I joined in 2011, and that's not right.
Well, if you look at the top where it says, how many books and how many words, those are definitely wrong.
Oh yeah, those are definitely wrong because this just goes back to when I started my Throne of Dragons book, which one day I will do something with. And it says I have 0 of 50K on it. It says I have 0 of 50K on most of these. Yay, it has that I won on 3 of them. And it has one book in there that I had started. I thought I was going to do for camp this year, but then I changed my camp project. And it doesn't have the camp project I actually did. It has the one that I abandoned, and it says that I only wrote 1,300 words, and I did 98K in.
That's a big difference.
Yeah.
When I went in there to look, it wouldn't let me. I tried to put my new one in. It said it was for April 1919. It was starting in the middle of October and ending the middle of November. I'm like, why are you doing this? I'm putting this in as a new project for this Nano. So why are you still doing April 2019? Because that's all that would come up. So it's really, really still screwed up. I don't know how. I know they're a not-for-profit, but there's got to be somebody out there that can fix that website.
Yeah, there has to be. Or just go back to the old code. The old code was fine.
Most people want to go back to the old one. They like the old one. Most people don't like this new one, and it doesn't even work. So.
Oh, it so does not work. Oh, apparently people have been trying to friend me over here, and I've just been rude. I didn't know.
Doesn't notify you. You have to go in and see. And then when you try to accept it, either won't do it or it was last year I couldn't get in a group. There were no groups. There were only a couple, and they weren't accepting people because they were overflowed from all the people trying to get in a group. And nobody was creating new ones. So they were all trying to get into one group, which wasn't working, obviously. And I would get a friend request, but when I tried to respond, I couldn't. It froze at that point. It wouldn't do anything.
I just
So
clicked approve on a bunch of friend requests, so I know at least Laura had sent me one, and we should be friends now. I said yes. I didn't know if you sent me one, but
oh,
just saying. I'm just saying. It used to be fine, and now.
no, I think they ruined a good thing, and all the people saying they don't want to be associated anymore, like they still talk about it and they use the guidelines, but they're not using the site. They're staying.
I was debating whether I was even going to use the. I was debating whether or not I was even going to use the site, but I want to use it. Like I really want, like I want to be a part of this. Like it's been a part of my life for a very long time.
Exactly.
I don't know.
But they're making it very difficult with whatever they've done and can't seem to undo.
Yeah. I do need to do some like really atrocious design for the temp book cover. I'm announcing my book project next week. Like name and such. Like people already know genre and whatnot, but
because I tried last week to put in the new one, and like I said, it wanted to go back to April 2019, and
well, that's what confused.
The starting time is October, and I'm like, no, this is November of 2020. Why are you starting? And the the thing that you keep track of started on October 21st and went to November 21st. I'm like, this is not going to work. I haven't been back in a few days. I've just been so frustrated with it.
But that's 2020. I mean, just
yeah, it's been a really bad year. Okay, Nicole. It's been a bad year. Nicole said she's got a lot done since November. 10,814 words in November. Started to write again in I think September this year, and I'm at 22,476 words. So since I started writing again, I got 11,662. That's a pretty good total.
I have done an obscene amount this year, and like I've done a lot of work. I've got a lot of like finished projects just sitting around waiting for me to figure out what I want to do with them.
I wouldn't even know. You have so many projects, I wouldn't know where to start.
That's kind of where I am, because I think I'm just going to play around with this web novel thing for a little bit, because I don't know. Like my problem is just literally a lack of imagination, because every time I try to make a plan that goes in past like this month, my brain just 503 errors, and I just can't. Like, forbidden, file not found. I'm just like, okay.
Oh, wow.
But I hate to say this because, last time, but did you want to do another sprint? What are we doing?
Trying to do one. Didn't quite get the result I was expecting from that. We can try it again. If it kicks me all the way out again, I'll say goodbye now.
I'm saying, is this one of those things where I need to make you your own version of the Boimler effect?
Okay, so
StreamYard is broken. We're just talking for now.
What's that?
I should just make you one that's like StreamYard is broken, so we're just talking from now on.
It sounds like they want to spread it. I forget what we even set it for. What was it, 25?
I think it was 25. 25. There was a 23 something.
Oh, it was a weird number. 25.
Yeah, because it's like,
we're not going to do weird numbers. We're going to do 25. I'm not messing with the weird numbers again. Bring that all down on my head again.
I will ring my evil begone bell.
Please. Oh, Jules is here. Hi, Jules.
Hey, Jules.
Did you miss all the mess? We just had a holy catastrophe.
Gremlins and
demons off and out of StreamYard completely.
Gremlins and demons and Matrix glitches. Oh my!
It totally went berserk on me.
It went insane. It went in like all manner of crazy. It was weird.
Talk about gremlins. Holy cow. Okay. So we're going to try this. We're going to do 25. We're not doing odd numbers. I'm going to put on the timer. If I disappear again, I'm not sure I can go through all that again to get back. So I will say goodbye now, just in case it does it again. And happy writing, everyone.
Since I was still here, if that happens and I notice, I will come back and say my bye-byes. And I don't know. It was weird.
So, okay. I'm going to set the timer for 25 minutes. Let's try this. Let's share the screen.
Okay, I need one of those OMG bars that they have in a car when you go around a corner. Okay, I embrace. Let's do this.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the timer's going off now. Oh, well. Okay, reset. Oh, what did it do? Now it's acting up. I'm afraid to touch it because...
I'm sorry to laugh, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do but just laugh. Okay.
It says 23 minutes and 8 seconds. I'm going to try hitting the start button and see if it starts. I don't know. Here we go. Cross your fingers.
Everything's crossed.
Let's see what happens. Ah! Is everybody there? not sure if I'm here or not. Wait a second. Here. Oh, I see comments. So I guess. The timer, but the timer's not moving. And the timer on the screen is moving, but the total. When I says it's working, it just quit working on my end. Watch says it's working. But the gremlins really got it in for me tonight. And this was my first time sprinting with a guest. And everything went wrong. Oh. And I'm afraid to touch anything. I'm afraid it's going to totally go berserk. Again. Okay, the timer started working again on my end. Super speedy. Yeah, no, great. Tessa's voice sounds super fast, and I can't hear what she's saying. Oh, goody. You fix that. Oh, well, Charlie, you've had an interesting day. If you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Just I take all the blame.
I don't know what's working and what's not working. It's not all your fault. It's kind of funny. I mean, in a way. I mean, it was upsetting at first, but it is kind of funny in a way. All right, so the timer's working. And the audio skips around a lot when you first unmute after coming off a timer. But I don't know why it's doing it now. So I'm just going to be quiet, let the timer run down, and see what happens if I get kicked out again. Hey, Charlie, some people are blaming you. I don't blame you, Charlie. I'm used to your craziness whenever we sprint together. Hi, Amy.
Have a good day. Have a good night.
Yay! Great! It won't stop.
Oh no! Can you just click stop sharing on the shared screen?
I thought I did. No, I did not. Aha! Okay.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know. This has been one fun.
Blame me. Blame me. I'll take it.
I have two StreamYards up there. I'm afraid to touch the other one. And it's like, I don't know if it's a copy or what, but it's like, what if I touch it and everything goes screwy again?
Hey, just blame me.
So how did everybody do? I got some words written now. I mean, I actually calmed down enough to get some words written, so wasn't a total loss.
I now have 2 of the 4 primary roles named. So only 2 more. Only 2 more.
Only 2 more.
It should be easier than it is, but I'm being particular.
Let's see. Laura finished her draft with Steam Screams. Unsure if the title is too campy. Steam Screams. It's hard to say. I want to say Stream Screams. Steam Screams. Megan likes the name. Little hard to say, but that's only because I got stream on my mind. Most people went to stream on their mind, so they would probably see that as Steam, not stream. Oh my goodness, what a night this has been. This is called being indoctrinated on your very first live show with a guest. Like, what else could possibly?
Trial by
I
fire.
shouldn't even say it.
Don't say it.
I don't no fires. Please, no fires. I'm on the 6th floor. No fires. I don't need to be climbing out the 6th floor window into the thing. Let's see. Kate stayed 337 words for her. 2 lovebirds are about to fight over how to keep each other alive. Interesting. Ooh. Jules said to BH, my mom and uncle had the same thing. They think it's because they have a lot of iron in their blood. Cooking and cast iron can do that. They all used cast iron when we were younger. Nicole says that Kate Lyons saying, sorry, I had to go to the shower. To Tessa and Charlie, I didn't get to hear your reaction to my comment earlier. Oh, I'm not sure what your comment was. Jules wrote about 200 words. I mean, we're a little busy, so you can write the comment again, I guess, because I really don't know what it was.
I'm scrolling backwards, seeing if I can find it.
I'm not messing with anything because I actually have behind this I can see another StreamYard. And I'm afraid that if I'm
Oh
not careful,
no.
I'm going to click on something and do something weird again. So
Oh,
I know my mouth does
yeah.
not match. I can see that it does not match what I am on there,
Let's ring it again
which
then.
is usually
Make gremlins
okay.
go away. May the gremlins be gone. Let's get rid of them.
Okay, yeah, I did see that, Nicole. I said that was a lot of words. Very good.
That's amazing. That's really good.
Yeah, yeah. That was right in the middle of all that craziness. And yes, I did see it.
Yeah.
Laura has the watch thing too. My mom and grandpa, but it takes more than a few days. Wow, what a night. Hmm.
You can't say having me around is boring.
It's never boring, Charlie. You are definitely never boring.
I'm glad somebody feels that way, but
Um, just what I've seen from the outside, being in the comments, and from being on the inside, I definitely wouldn't say you were boring. Oh, not everyone processes iron at the same rate. I know a few people who are chronically anemic and were told by their doctor to take iron pills and start cooking in cast iron.
they also
I
told the
suffer from
fish.
anemia, but I do not use cast iron cooking. Um,
You can also
at the
get yourself
moment, I'm
an
not
iron fish.
taking it. What's that?
You can also get yourself an iron fish. They make them, and they're basically just a chunk of iron. They're often shaped like a fish because they often make them look decorative. But it's food grade iron that anytime you boil anything, you just leave it in the pot, and it will shed iron into either the soup or I know some people that leave it in when they make teas and stuff. So because they're very anemic, and
Oh,
but they're
wow.
usually called like an iron fish or something like that.
Oh,
And
cool. Yeah, because I definitely have a problem with anemia, and I mean, I'm so bad that if you touch my skin, I'm going to bruise. You know,
mm,
it's like, my ex-husband used to grab me by the arm, and people are like, "Are you being abused?" I'm
oh,
like, "No, he just touched me. He didn't do anything." But that's, how bad it was. Like, I'm not bad right now, but there was a time you couldn't touch me. Everything. And if I bang into something, I won't notice it because it's a minor bump. But yet, when I look at somebody will say, "Where'd you get that bruise?" And I'll look at this huge black and blue mark, and it's like, I don't know. I don't remember doing it. How do you miss doing that? Well, that's because I bruise easily. Really weird. So we're talking about iron and
I just had a moment
what?
where I realized what the third roll should be called and wrote it up real quick. Like, oh wait, that's perfect. Now 3 of the 4 things. I'm close to being able to call myself done well, I don't have to be done, but I told myself by the end of today, I'm going to have these named. That's my goal for today. They're going to have names.
Well, we could try another sprint, but I'm afraid if I go to that timer, it's going to be going off again like before.
Oh no, I'm
And
just saying. I'm happy. I just thought of number 3 of 4 because I keep getting myself distracted because there's a video I really want to make, but I'm not ready for that.
oh, oh
And
boy.
so when I was on earlier with Jace, I just kept trying to make that video, and was like, why are you doing this? You know. You know you're not ready. You're just wasting time. Like, you're procrastinating because you know it's a thing that you should do eventually. But you don't need to have it until like next Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
This is really weird. I'm watching myself on that screen and I'm not doing what I'm doing, which is really weird to watch.
See, I think this is where my dysmorphia really like helps me stream, because I can only like glance and make sure that I'm like center frame. Like, am I in the right place? Okay, and I have to look away again because.
And it's really slow too, what I'm seeing. So it's not even normal. It's not even normal movements. It's weird. Very weird. So I don't know what it's doing. I'm glad we got through most of it before it decided to totally go berserk.
Just don't you
Well,
start
you
going
guys
on.
if you want to try another sprint or not.
I just need you to promise me that you're not going to be thinking about not streaming anymore after this, because if that becomes a trend of like I co-host with people and they're like, I don't think I'm ever going to do this again, like I'm just going to stop. Like,
No, I am not thinking of stopping.
good.
I got through it. It made it to the other side. There's no reason to stop. I know these weird things happen. It's just, it happened and I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to stop streaming just because.
Good. I'm just starting to feel like a bad luck.
I mean, I actually enjoy it. So for
I'm just
me,
feeling like a bad
being
luck
an
charm.
introvert and doing this, I really enjoy it. So no, I'm not planning on stopping. And like I said, if anybody wants to sprint again, I will try it. I can't guarantee the timer is going to cooperate, but I'm willing to give it a try. Didn't kick me off that time, at least. So, but it is really weird watching myself in slow motion, because that's what I'm in, slow motion. That's what I see. You look fine. You look normal, but I'm moving in slow motion.
Sweetie, I haven't looked normal since 1982.
I mean normal as in slow motion or regular motion. That's what I
I'm
mean by normal.
just being shaky. I'm just being shaky.
Let's see. I want to put my co-hosting sign up sheet here, but I need a wrench. My co-hosting sign up sheet.
Yeah, like what Word Stitch has been did. Nikki has created a Google Sheet, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for people to sign up to co-host with her on her sprints.
Huh. I haven't seen one of those.
Because I can never. They don't say their names that much, and they often keep themselves in the screen where it doesn't have it below. But I think it's Sandy. Sandy's having a baby, or is it Chloe? I'm sorry, Word Stitch. I love your sprints and I watch them all the time, but I can never remember which one of you is which. I'm bad at it. But at any rate,
one of them's having a baby.
One of them's having a baby. I think it's Sandy. I want to say Sandy, but because I want to say it so bad, that's probably wrong. But one of them is having a baby, and they're looking for people to help fill in the gap while she takes some time off with all that. Yay! I was right. It is Sandy. Yay! Okay.
I was just so
I was just so certain that because I was certain that it was the wrong one, that I was saying the wrong name. That would be totally on brand for me, like completely on brand. But
oh, geez. Oh, wow. Yeah, what is normal? I don't know. I haven't known normal for a long time in my life.
Normal is boring.
Normal, yeah, normal is boring, really. I mean, look how boring this would have been if we just had sprint after sprint after sprint and not all the histrionics that I just went through. And I'm still going through because I don't know what you see, but I'm seeing me in slow motion. So,
I'll just say the audio is fine, and the audio is the most important thing.
well, yeah, it helps to hear. Does definitely help to hear more so than see at this
Well,
point for something
it's the
like
one
this.
thing that it's the one thing that a lot of people who do stuff like this get wrong. Like, people will forgive bad video long before they will forgive bad audio. So, as long as the audio is good, we get.
Well, it wasn't good for a while. I remember I was like getting techno whatever mode, repeating myself. They said
I just need to learn how to download all of these sprints from people so I can start making these techno remixes because I'm behind.
uh,
There's woohoo noises. There's just going to be one called Sweet Noel Sings the Truth. That for anybody who was there when Sweet Noel said what Sweet Noel said, that would have been at the beginning of Meadows' stream last Tuesday. Chef's kiss on the world. The world needed it so bad. And then there's a couple others that I need to get working on, and I can't figure out how to download because the tool that I use that lets me download video doesn't work on the really like the streams. So,
wow. I haven't seen anybody really worried about sprinting. So I gather nobody wants to sprint.
Well, we are at the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, we are. Oh gosh. No.
Oh, sorry. He's rested.
Oh, what's gonna happen now?
And now the ghost of Sprint's past. And now the ghost
Hey,
of Sprint's
turned off.
past has come to visit us.
It turned off. And I came back. Yay.
Yay.
I thought for sure I would hit the wrong one and end up because there's like one in the like a shadow, and there's another whole stream there, which happened when I was trying to get back. So I'm afraid to touch anything. I think I got the timer off now. I don't think it'll go off again.
I'm sorry, Tess. I have an important message that I have to give directly to Megan. Megan, don't make me have to text my hubby because baked brie, seriously, I want that. I want all of that. Wonka Vision does not exist. There's no way for me to get this baked brie other than to call and like, I want some baked brie to the hubby, and he really doesn't need to hear that. Or does he? Now I don't know anymore because all I want in the world is some baked brie. There's one. Oh.
He's after
That
you.
does sound very yummy. I do.
You just have to rub it in too, right?
And I need I need some like figgy jam to go with it and a nice glass of port. Like I could be classy for dinner.
Okay. Let's see what happens if I try to turn the banner off. We're not sprinting anymore. Let's see. Will you go up?
Oh, don't be sorry, Megan, because we serve baked brie at the restaurant. So if I'm gonna have to give my whiny cry on to get the baked brie brought home, but I could get the baked brie brought home. I'm just saying. I just don't know if I want to get the big brie brought home, but I kind of want it. I kind of want it.
Oh gosh.
Because that sounds just amazing.
BH is fine, just listening to talk. I've been indoors for years. I don't go anywhere. I store for food with a family member, but not often. Megan, oh, just one more reason I need to visit your hubby's restaurant.
Oh yeah, it's one of the things that we have on the appetizer menu that does not go away because every time he's like, I think we're going to get rid of the baked brie. I'm like, you are not. Are you unanimous in this? Yes. Like, no, we're keeping that one. And you're going to bring back my tuna, the tuna dish I liked. But I always lose that one. But it's more if he would just make me a bottle of the sriracha vinaigrette that we had that went with it, because that made for the best salad dressing in the world. Just saying. But he won't share the recipe with me, and I'm just like, you bitch.
I'm getting hungry. I don't have much food in the house.
That's the thing is, I can't have any. Well, I could if I wanted to, but I really shouldn't have anything because I know we're going to have some German dumplings for dinner tonight, and I'm very excited about this because I love a good German dumpling. I love good German food because we are doing German food at the restaurant this week. This month, but we are doing dumplings this weekend, and they look so good. They look so good. I don't think he actually shared. He was supposed to share a picture of one into the Discord. I don't think he actually did it. Oh, he did. He did. So if you go to the Discord, there is a picture of the yummy, yummy dumplings. Ooh, and Tamama shared some stuff in there too. Oh, that looks so good. She made chicken cacciatore, kind of. I'm going to have to make chicken cacciatore. I haven't made that in a while. What have I done? Now I have things I want to cook. People. I think we're supposed to be having the dumplings that you can see in the food channel on the Discord. That's what we're supposed to be having tonight. Because I told him I was doing this, and I didn't know how long this was going to be because we didn't discuss that ahead of time. And I was like, she doesn't forever stream like I do. So
who doesn't?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
I've done them as long as 6 hours.
Yeah, but I'm like typically like 7, 8 for the forever streams. Like,
well, I thought the 6 is pretty.
Yeah. So I told him 5 or 6. It was like, it's going to be a short one, like 5 or 6 hours. And he was like, oh. Okay.
No, I haven't gone above 6. 6 has been the top for me.
BH says, I like writing sprints though. I mean, if you that's up to Tessa, because I may have named most of my things.
Well, here's the thing. I can do it again, but I can't guarantee what's going to happen. Hi. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
We can try it again and see what happens this time.
Get ready. We may go into the techno remix.
We may go into the techno remix. That's right. Those of you who missed it the first time might get to see it this time.
Because everybody knows.
I can try it again.
Because everybody knows that's how you do the 90s beat, right? You just say boots and socks really quickly. Boots and socks.
Oh, gosh.
And you've got a perfect 90s beat behind you.
We can try another one and see what happens. Hopefully this time the timer has got itself reset. I don't know what it is doing.
Okay. One more time before we get started. And gremlins be gone. Gremlins be gone. Be gone, gremlins. Gremlins be gone.
So between what, 20, 25?
2025, it's all good. Whichever.
All
What
right.
do you feel comfortable with?
It doesn't seem to matter what I get comfortable with because whatever it feels like doing, it does. I will put 25 on here and see what happens and try it. So I'm going to set the timer and see what craziness ensues this time.
Have a good time at work, Sam.
Let's see. Oh. 25. That's 25. All right, we're going to start now. Let's see what happens.
Oh, you said just got off work. I read that all backwards. I'm glad you're off work. Sorry, I read that all backwards, Sam. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Okay, now I may disappear again because according to this, I have to hit escape to get out of full screen. And when I hit escape, I may escape.
Boots and socks, boots and socks, and boots
So
and
be
socks,
prepared for me to disappear. Let's see what happens.
Braced.
Wait a minute. Am I here? Ah, I'm still here.
Woohoo!
Oh, I didn't share it though. Sorry about that.
Hey, but you didn't turn into a weird robot. And
I don't know what
Go away.
I'm doing. I am, let's see. Share. Timer. Share. Now let's see what happens. Okay.
braced.
It's trying.
It's trying.
Oh goodness.
I see it.
The timer's still counting down. I can see the little timer. Okay, there it is. I can see the little timer. I guess it's tiny. It's not regular size. I try to get it regular size. If I go off of this, I might mess it up. But I want it bigger so I can see the numbers on it.
That's the closest I can get to the Samantha nose wiggle. I have to actually touch it. Wiggle, wiggle.
That's better. Now I can read the numbers. Okay. Sam sending the gremlins. Okay. You missed it, Sam. We had some real interesting things going on here. Okay. There you go. There's a timer. I'm still here. Slow motion, but I'm still here. Try muting it. See what happens. Hi, Megan. It's almost time for me to go to the timer screen, I'm afraid. Mm. Let's see what happens. Okay. It's not correct. Fine. I'm back. Okay. Looks like it worked this time. I'm still slow. Like, look at that. I mean, I don't think that's ever gonna fix itself, but
That's a frame
as long
rate.
as you can hear me.
Yeah, that's a frame
What's
rate
that?
thing, and that's a frame rate thing, and I don't know why the frame rate got slowed down.
I don't know. And I don't know how to fix it, and I don't want to mess
Yeah.
with it too much because at
Yeah,
least if you can hear me, that's better than nothing at this point. I
yeah,
got probably a page or two, or maybe three, kind of rewritten, rearranged. But like I said, it's leading my story in a different, not totally different, but in a different way than I originally had planned it. So I'm still trying to figure this point of view thing out, who I can eliminate and how I can still get that part of the story in there. So I'm working on that, but I did get quite a few words written. So that's progress for me. How about you, Charlie?
I have named all 4 of the base classes in the game, and I think I have names for all 5 playable species.
Cool. That's
I'm
good.
looking at them now and staring at daggers into them because this is one of those things I can't change later. Do I really like you?
Oh boy, yeah, yeah. If you can't change it later, you better make sure that's what you want.
Well, at a certain point, like things have to get locked in, and I'm looking at them, and I'm not saying who's what, but we have the Nefrir, the Okun, the Sadath, the Uraid, and the Vrokul, and I like it. I like it. I think I'm gonna stick with it, but are those really the names I'm gonna go for? I don't know.
Just that
I don't.
little pause there while you make sure.
Yeah. Like because that's the one thing that I'm trying to do with this is like the one place of originality I'm trying to give myself is they're going to be playing a fantasy game, and I don't want the fantasy races to be elf, dwarf, and elf, dwarf, orc. The usuals. Like, if it would appear in a Lord of the Rings book, I don't want it in this one. So, and I'm not saying that I'm not going to end up accidentally just creating reskinned versions of those things, because I'm going to try desperately not to. I mean, there's a reason they're in everything, because they're just archetypal. But two weeks to come up with the basic world building. What could go wrong?
Oh, wow. Oh,
No,
please. We saw what can go wrong tonight.
Well,
we see what goes wrong every night you stream. Some crazy thing happens. It's really funny. After the matter. I mean, I can laugh now, but I wasn't laughing when I was trying to get back in. I really wasn't laughing.
I feel like I need.
Huh?
I said I feel like I need to say, just to put it on the record, I'm going to be doing more world building, but it's going to be world building that arises as I'm writing the zero draft of the book. So it's not like 2 weeks of world building and I got it. Because I think people think that I get things done faster than I do. I just need to have enough of the world built that I can tell a story in it. To start telling a story in it. I just feel like I need to say
that. Right. BH says technology. Yeah, technology and I aren't pals. We're frenemies. Glad you're making progress on things. Well, you were here, I believe, during that craziness that happened. It's still crazy because I'm still in. Well, no, that's not too bad. I was in super slow motion there for a while. Just my voice was working. And so it was really weird. Kate says 215 words for me, and the argument is heating up. I live for breaking their hearts, honestly. Okay, she wants to break their hearts. I mean, I guess that's, like I'm waiting, I'm telling a story, and I'm waiting till I can get back to the murder part. I want to kill them. So, I know there's going to be murders.
I'm just struggling because I know the opening scene in the book. Like, I can see it clearly, and I'm trying to take notes so I can write it when it comes time, but I just want to get writing.
You've got so many irons in the fire. I don't even know how you keep them straight. I don't even write that much, and I have no trouble keeping things straight. You're just so busy. You keep coming up with more and more ideas and doing them all at the same time.
Well, Tom Fink and I are launching a new podcast next week. That's what I was doing earlier today, is we recorded the first 2 episodes of the new podcast we're doing together.
Oh, man.
So
I don't know. I do a blog, which is I'm having enough trouble with keeping the blog and the YouTube going. I'm having more fun with YouTube now than I do with my blogs. I used to love my blogs, and now I'm loving YouTube more. And it's showing up because I'm ignoring my blog, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to add this, but I didn't want to add it to the fact and detriment that I would end up not blogging anymore, because I do like blogging, and it's writing, and that's where my writing goes. That's my outlet to put my writing. So I don't really want to let the blog go. Let's see. Kay says she's heading out for the night, and so I can pester my beta reader for help with my nano project outline. Thanks for the sprints at Tessa and Charlie. You're welcome.
Have fun.
Also at Tessa, I'm sorry I wasn't on your stream last night. I fell asleep at 10 p.m. and didn't wake until 3 p.m. today. Wow. That's okay. Not a problem. You're welcome back at any time. BH says bye to Kate. And
Yeah.
writer Sam Wicker says, I ate supper. I read some comic updates. So
I kind of feel like you do. Like
looks
I,
like
I
people
never,
got some things done.
I never meant to do this at all. Like I tripped and had a YouTube channel. Like it was all purely by accident. Like it really was. Like I did not intend any of this, but I'm like,
I
you
can
know,
understand that.
I've told this story before. Like I don't know what possessed me to make my first video. I was sitting out on the deck watching Kevin the writer's video about my ultimate, writing dream. And the next thing I know, I posted a video to YouTube. Like I just did it. I don't know. I didn't think about it. I just did it. And then I was having
Kate
trouble sleeping.
Kavanaugh 2.5 years ago. That's what did it to me.
And then
I met
shortly
Kate, and next thing I know, I mean, it took 2.5 years. And I didn't do it quite as fast as you did, but once I got on the Kate Kavanaugh train and started meeting, the other people, it just kind of built, and she was my inspiration. So, and one day I kind of said, well, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it. Don't sit here thinking about it.
Well, that's the thing that really got me is I apparently one night took a sleeping pill because I don't sleep well, so I take something to sleep. And like a couple days later, I got an email from Jessica Williamson saying I'm going to be posting the schedule soon for the Worldwide Write-a-thon. And I just thought, why in the world am I getting this? And then I started looking around at stuff and realized that apparently half out of it on Instagram, I saw her post saying, here, sign up here if you want to do the Worldwide Write-a-thon. And half asleep on a sleeping pill, I went, oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, I've done those kind of things.
And then I panicked. I was like, oh, crap, I'm doing this. Oh, no. And now I'm here.
Yeah, me too. BH, yes, if you look up at the top of the screen under live sprints with Tessa Dean, that website there is my newest blog. I have 2 other ones, but that's the newer one. So it's www.tessadeanauthor.com. That's my newest blog. That's where I put there's not a lot on there yet because it's still getting started, but that's the newest one. I have 2 other ones. They're linkable at the top of the page, if I'm not mistaken. You can go to the older ones and see my older work, and there's a middle one that's kind of my work and my life at the time. A lot of stuff about my bipolar and trying to help other people with the same problems I have. So they all have work on them. The newest one, though, is the one you see there. So let's see. Laura is scheduling her 100 subscriber special for Tuesday at 4. Prepare to ask me anything. Oh, you made it already. Cool.
That's awesome.
I'm close. So that's great. Tuesday. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it, but if I have to, I'll watch the thing.
That's what I'm thinking, because Tuesdays I stream. Usually, I often stream with Meadow, and I'm trying to think what time she starts. Because that'd be 3 o'clock my time. I don't know. Hopefully, I can make that. If not, I might have you surreptitiously on in the background. I might put my headphone splitter on and be in be in 2 places at once.
I'm kind of between aids. I've requested a new aid because this one seems to think that I can get ready for the day at 5 o'clock at night, and that's okay. So I had to request a new aid. one that comes in the morning to get me ready for the day because I need help. And if she's still around, I won't be able to attend. If I get a new aide, I might be able to. But since I haven't heard anything yet, I'm gathering. I might hear something Monday, but I would think it's probably still going to be the other girl. So I may be able to start it depending on what time she gets here. She arrives whenever she wants. So I will try to see what happens. Yeah, I've been trying to figure because I'm close now. That's why I said I was asking for questions earlier. I can either go on the comments under here. I have my email in the description. They can go email with, question in the memo, or on my Instagram, which is Tessa Writes Full Time. So I've been also trying to decide whether to do a video or a live stream, and I was thinking possibly a live stream as well. So if anybody's in the audience and has a question, they can always ask it. So it's probably a good idea.
I cheated and did a video. I put up a thing on.
Yeah, you did the video. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I put up a thing on my social media and just said send me questions, and basically spent the entire time answering Abigail's questions because she sent in a lot. Like between Abigail and Jules, like I don't know how many other people's questions I actually got to in there because Abigail and Jules just like they sent a lot. It was awesome.
I remember you threatening somebody.
That was
who you are. I'm thinking, wow.
Oh yeah, that was Abigail. That was Abigail. She knew she asked like exactly the question to make me turn ruby red. And I was like, you know who you are. You know.
Thanks, BH. Like I said, there's links to the older ones too, because there's not a lot on the new one yet, but there are links to my older blog. There's also links to the memoir I started writing. So there's a link at the top of the page there that you can click on, and there's like 6 chapters I started of my life as a military wife. Although it's not finished yet, it is up there. Nikki, I am in New Jersey.
Or as I like to answer the question, I am in hell.
In hell?
Ninth circle.
I try not to think about it being hell.
On a nice clear
I try
day,
not to think
the 3 faces of the devil chewing on the 3 condemned souls over in the corner. Why we can't get out of here.
I think I've finally caught up. My movements are normal. Yay. Now she's asking you, Charlie, something.
I have no idea. I saw that earlier. I saw that.
It was a glitch. It was a glitch, if you ask me.
If it wasn't a glitch, I want to know what tags she used to get 124 straight. Like,
that was the other thing. Yeah.
But
she brought people in and then they left. So, she may have inadvertently put something on there that caught the people's attention. And when they realized it wasn't what they wanted, they left. I don't know.
I think it was a glitch just because I didn't see a lot of new names in the chat. And
there was nothing in the chat. It was just normal. So that was the weird
with that
part.
number of people, I would have thought that there would have been more people in chat. But I think YouTube's been having issues with their enumerators, their number engine, because I noticed it for the first time after the Worldwide Write-a-thon, where it initially said that I lost like 50 subscribers from it, and then I gained like 80, and then I lost 30, and then it just like kept ping-ponging random numbers for like 3 days.
I know
after
mine
that.
goes back and forth, but not that big of numbers.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
it was huge. Like I was convinced that I just completely messed up because the day after my thing, before I closed everything, I was like, oh, I wonder how I did, and I loaded up the Creator Studio, and it said I had dropped 50 subs, and I was just like, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I said, but I did something bad. And then the next morning, I was up by like 30 from what it had originally been. And I was like, well, that's weird. Because that would have been meant like 80 people subscribed to me overnight. And then it went down below the original number. And I noticed it just ping ponged back and forth for a couple days. And I literally sat there at one point and I called the hubby over and just refreshed the page. And every time I refreshed it, it was a different number. And it was like way up or way down or way up or way down. I was just like, YouTube's broken. Look, YouTube's broken.
It's done it to me too. Yeah. I had the same problem going, not as big in numbers. I mean, I had gotten up, pretty close. I'm like, oh wow, I'm almost to 100, and then, oh wow, I'm not. So, yeah.
So I think that
I think glitches, because these kind of programs have those kind of things happen.
Well, also,
but you're going to have people that will subscribe and then unsubscribe. There's always going to be that.
And then there's the channels that are obviously spam that subscribe to you, because when it sends you the notification. Because
when your hot girl thing and whatnot now.
And when I get the notifications that, oh, I've got a new subscriber, I'll generally go look and see if I'm interested in subscribing back, because I'm that kind of a person. And there's been quite a few that I'm like, you're not going to be around long, because you go there and it's like, oh, you're obviously a spam account.
There's no videos. There's no anything there. So
or there's videos that are very inappropriate.
They're definitely not YouTubers, because they have no channels or anything. They just subscribe and disappear. So yeah, you can't totally go by those numbers, unfortunately. But what happened to Stephanie today? I'm sure she was upset about that, because it's like, wow.
I was so excited.
I saw the number. I'm like,
I was so excited because
people, and I'm like,
yeah, I was so excited when I went in, because I was like, wow, she's going to have such a good book launch. And then I just watched the number get weird, and it was like, what in the world? What's going on here?
I did the same thing. I caught it at the same time, and it dropped, and I'm like, oh wow.
Because I couldn't say anything, because I was technically on somebody else's stream at the time, but we were doing a sprint, and I was like, I'm going to go over and hit like, went over there and hit the like button, and like, who knows? Maybe everybody was on a sprint. No, she didn't have.
I popped into like 3, and I said, I'm just, I'm popping in before mine to hit like and whatnot. And I stayed there for a little while and answered a few things. She was asking questions, she didn't know what to say, so she started answering questions. So I answered a few questions, and then I had to go because I needed to get ready for my own.
Yeah, it was some basic weirdness.
Yeah. Weird things happen. I mean, it's technology, unfortunately.
Yep.
Let's see. Nikki says she's lived on Long Island. I'm in South Jersey, so I'm not up near Long Island. I'm in South Jersey. I'm in farm country, where I like to be. I don't like cities. Not a city person. And it's funny. I tell people, I says, you wouldn't know the area because you don't know my state. But I'll tell somebody, I'll say, I think of Woodbury as a city, and I don't like it. It's too city for me. And they laugh at me, because technically it's not a city like New York or Philadelphia or anything like that. But that's how much I am against city. It's like, well, you got parallel parking and you got old fashioned stores. That's a city to me. It's only a couple miles long. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, but it's a city.
The name sounds familiar to me because I used to spend quite a bit of time in New Jersey because, I lived in Maryland and there's nothing to do in Maryland except for to go to other states nearby. So, well, it's true. Like, well, there's stuff to do in.
I lived in New Jersey except for 4 years. That's when I was in North Carolina, but I've been in New Jersey for all my life. I was born and raised here.
I've lived all over. And I miss moving around.
We were going to live in North Carolina. We moved he was in the service in North Carolina. We were going to buy a house, and something happened and we couldn't. And we came home, and it's just as well because I'm glad I didn't get divorced down in North Carolina and not have my family around me. So we came home and, I was home with my family. I wasn't stuck down there by myself. Now my son lives down there. He moved down there. He goes, I want to go. And he goes, I think that's where I want to go. And he packed his truck. That's all he took with him, what he could fit in his SUV. And he had no job, no place to live. And he drove down to North Carolina and has been down there over a year now. And he loves it. So
I admire people that can do that.
I did like it down there. The South is certainly different from the North.
Yes.
More laid back. And that's what he likes. It's laid back. He says, oh, I love it. It's laid back. It's not frantic like it is up here.
See, the place I loved most that I lived was when we lived in California. I loved California with every ounce of my being. California.
Oh. Never been.
I loved everything about California. The climate. I didn't even mind the earthquakes.
Well, it's like now the weather's all crazy all over. You never know where to expect anywhere.
But I loved California.
I remember that one they hit down south a few years ago, shook our whole house. I'm like, it was how far away? And it did that. I wouldn't want to be in one in the next town. If that's what being, we were up north and that was the one down south a few years ago. I mean, the whole house shook. My furniture was busy dancing around and I'm like, what just happened here?
I don't remember what year it was, but there was one year, it was around September, we were having swarm quakes, which basically means a whole bunch of 1.0, 2.0 quakes, and they were happening just almost constantly, and it was kind of like living in a vibrating chair because everything just a little bit, and just everything just kind of shook just a little bit, and it did that for like 2 months.
Oh wow!
And I liked it. It was nice. It was fine. Like the quake that cracked the side of the apartment, I was not too happy about that, but it happened and it was done. It was just wham! Like literally, the chair I was sitting on slid 2.5 feet across the room, and I just kind of sat there, and I called the hubby. I was like, "We just had an earthquake." He was like, "No, we didn't." And I was like, "You're driving again, aren't you?" He's like, "Yeah." Like, we just had an earthquake. because he missed almost every earthquake we had when we were out there. He either slept through them or he was in the car and just thought he hit like a speed bump or hit something, on the road that caused the car to like hop. He didn't know. He had no idea. It was great. It was fun though.
I didn't like the one we had, and that was miles and miles and miles, states and states and states away. And I'm like, I wouldn't want to be in one close up if that's what we had to put up with. Everybody's running outside, and it's like, it's dangerous to be outside during that, and nobody knew what to do because we don't have earthquakes where I live, and that one was so far away, and we all felt it. I'm like, I would not want to have been close to that one.
Oh, Sam, that's the only time in my life I've ever been able to take a nap is when we were having the storm quakes, because I'd go and I'd lay down on the bed and it would just I was like, oh. Like it would relax all my muscles. Like I loved it. It was great. Like I never realized I wanted to live in a vibrating house, but I kind of want to live in a vibrating house. Like it was nice. Like you got used to it. You had to learn how to drink liquids again.
I was in the bed at the time it happened, and I'm like, the cat went freaking out. She freaked out and ran. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Because they know beforehand. So she took off and went hiding. And then the bed started bouncing and the furniture started bouncing. And I waited till it stopped, and I got off, and I'm walking gingerly downstairs because I'm on the second floor. And I'm like, did you feel that? And my dad says, feel what? Your mom's busy complaining that her chair was vibrating. I said, Dad, it was vibrating. The whole house was vibrating. Yep. I don't know what he was doing. He didn't notice it. He thought my mother was having a spell because she told him her chair was vibrating.
I believe that. Like I said.
So I don't know. He missed it. House was vibrating.
The hubby completely missed like every earthquake we had. Like the biggest one we had when we were out there, I think it was a 6.1 or 6.2, and woke me up from a sound sleep because we were in bed, and the angle at which it hit, it basically slid me down the bed, and my feet hit the board, the footboard at the end of the bed, and that woke me up. And then I noticed that the whole bed had moved like a foot. Like that's the only reason he believed me that we had an earthquake, is the bed had moved like a foot further into the room. Because I'm like waking him up. I'm like, we have to get out of here and make sure that the building's okay. And he's like, why are you waking me up? I was like, we just had an earthquake. We did not have an earthquake. We had an earthquake. Get up. Like, he just did not believe it. He did not believe it all. He missed all of them.
Oh gosh. Oh, my dad missed it somehow too. I'm like, Dad, she's not lying. The house just vibrated. The whole house shook. I said, I was upstairs. My room was, the furniture's all over the place. And he's like, I don't understand. And so I called my kids, and it's like, there was an earthquake. It's on the news. And, it's like, wow. And, we found out how far away it is. I said, that was that far away. I don't want to feel an earthquake up close and personal then.
Yeah, and now we live near the New Madrid Fault. And, the last time it went off, the Mississippi River flowed backwards because the earthquake was so big. We have my great-great-grandmother's journal. We have my great-great-grandmother's diary from when it went off, and she describes, she thought the world was ending. She looked out the window and saw the hill up by the horizon go up in the sky and just roll towards the house. And she thought the world was ending.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And when the New Madrid fault goes again, like, everyone around here is going to be homeless because none of the houses are built for an earthquake, even though we live next to one of the most dangerous earthquake faults in the world. Like, this is going to
our
flatten.
biggest problem is the hurricanes that we've had a couple hit us pretty hard. But we get an occasional tornado, but they're not, luckily, haven't been that close to do damage to us.
On my phone, we had one tornado go right over the restaurant like 2 years ago. It was on the ground and went up into the air over the part of town that our restaurant's in, and then went back down on the other side. And the hubby got video of it going over.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, we get tornadoes around here way too much. I don't like it.
Well, yes, you're in the Midwest like area, so
there's a reason this part of the country is not densely
we get them occasionally, but not as often. What's that?
There's a reason a lot of people don't live around here. It's not an accident.
It's amazing how many people live in areas that get hit by Mother Nature all the time, but they still live there. I mean, people get hit by hurricanes on the coast, but that doesn't stop them from living there.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I just don't understand that at all.
Me either. It's bad enough I'm inland. I'm, like an hour in from the ocean. And when a tornado comes along, depending on how it hits us, it can be pretty bad where I'm at. So I wouldn't want to be right on the ocean. But there are people that keep rebuilding. They get knocked down and they keep building again.
Oh.
Can't imagine.
I just can't. Like, my family ended up living around here because after the Civil War, they granted all the Union soldiers a parcel of land, a homestead. And he originally picked a place in Kansas. And they got there and the sky ate their house because tornado touched down and ate the house. And he was like, Mr. Government, sir, may we have another? And they gave up their homestead in Kansas and got one down here and moved here. So
wow. The weather's getting bad, so Mother Nature is definitely getting worse. So I expect to see a lot more damage as the years pass, before we get hit by the big one.
Yeah. Sorry to turn my camera off, but I'm kind of lounged back a little bit, trying to rest my back.
Not a problem.
See me lounge. And
hey, I wish I could lounge. This chair is not the most comfortable one in the world. But yeah, I don't know. Did anyone want to write anymore, or are we done with the sprints? Figure I better offer. Just in case.
I actually got more done than I thought I was going to do today. So
I did too, because usually when I have to host, I don't get much at all done. So, and I'm thinking, and I've got a guest and I have to take care of, and I'm not sure what I'm doing.
I'm house trained.
Of course, then I'll broke loose for a little while there.
I'm house trained. You don't have to
So,
take care of me too much.
but I think it went pretty good. It went pretty well, and I got over my first one, and I mean, it was crazy, but I made it through, so I know I can do it. You know, I know
Yep.
it's it's recoverable, and it wasn't the end. I thought it was the end. I didn't know how I was going to get back in. I'm like, how in the world does the host get thrown off the show?
I've had it happen to me a couple times, so it does happen.
It does happen, okay. Well, if it
Yeah.
happens again, at least I have an idea,
Yeah,
a
the
little
last
bit
time,
better about what to do to get back in.
yeah, like I said, the last time it happened to me was Wednesday. Just this last Wednesday, I got kicked out. So nobody.
I don't remember if I don't remember if I was there Wednesday or not. I don't remember. Thursday, I know I canceled my thing because I had a sleep study done. So Thursday I canceled mine, and then Friday I did the one I did Friday night, and then today we had this one. But I don't remember Wednesday. I don't remember if I part of it. My aide came really late. So it was pretty late before I got a chance to sign in. I didn't get much. I think I got some writing done though.
See, I'm not looking at my numbers that closely this week because I did a lot of artwork, and artwork doesn't count towards numbers, unfortunately. So
That's the artwork is the hard part. How do you translate that into words?
the hubby said that since I know how long it took me to do each picture, and that I know how many words I can generally get in an hour, I should just do the math.
Right. I was thinking the same thing. You could probably make a formula that, if it took you, X amount of words to fill an hour, and then an X amount of how many hours or part of the hours or whatever you did to artwork. I mean, to me, I would think that would be plausible. I would.
I'm just regretting not doing what Laura did and just setting a time goal instead of a word count goal. Because I'm doing a lot more stuff.
Yeah, of course, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how in the world you would have fixed that, set that one up, an hour gold. Because I do that in camp. I use hours instead of, even though it won't let me choose hours, I choose the hours, turn it into minutes, and that's my goal. So it'll still keep track of your goal, and you could still win. So I said, okay, great. But it doesn't work on the 50,000 words. I mean, in November, you have no choice but to do 50,000 words or you don't win.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the 50K. It's just not going to be in a novel. I mean, it might be, but I doubt it.
And that's why people are talking about being rebels. They're maybe writing 2 books or whatever, writing 2 short or 3 or 4 short stories or whatever equals up to the right amount of words. I mean, it's not like they make you produce the document. So they used to.
Yeah.
In the beginning, remember, we used to have to produce the document and put it in the little
the verifier
counter.
Yep.
Yeah, the verifier, and they haven't done that since the new page. So,
which I'm kind of okay with because they never liked any of the formats that I worked in, so I always had to find a converter to convert it into something that would let me upload it to them.
well, it's like they say they couldn't? They told you they couldn't see your words, but if you wanted to go ahead and change, so take all your A's and make them a Z, and all your C's and make them a kind of screw things up so that, they couldn't really read it. But that was a lot of craziness too. And they insisted they couldn't actually see it. It just counted the words on the page.
Oh,
so I don't know.
Maybe that just fixed me. My back just.
And Laura says, "Yeah, time goal would be nice for no wordy." I don't know how do you count it though, Laura?
Yeah, I regret that because I had thought about doing it when you had said that you were doing it, and I was just like, "No, I'm just gonna do the words because I'm just writing right now." And of course, like me being me,
I'm sitting here struggling. There's something wrong with my spreadsheet, and Excel, like Word, it's part of Microsoft, is screwing up. And I got a notice yesterday that, Excel changed the formulas for me. Thank you very much. And I'm like, you what? And I looked and I'm like, it screwed my whole spreadsheet up. And I'm not starting over from scratch. So, yeah, we're still going, Eva. So, I don't know. It's not working right anymore. So I don't even know if it's worth to continue the hassle of trying to count when Excel decides to change your spreadsheet for you. It was nice of them to fix my formulas to something that doesn't work. That was really nice. And it saved it for me. They were nice enough to save it to make sure I didn't lose it.
It looks weird because for some reason they put it on a white background, but the background's actually transparent. But like I've been making a lot of artwork for this story.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Put it on a white background, but it did.
BH, I don't use Excel. I haven't ever had that happen before with Excel, but then I'm having issues with Word as well. And the whole thing is just screwed up. And I pay for this. I mean, I'm paying almost $10 a month for Word because that's what they charge now. They do it by the month. And I pay $10 and I get all the programs. And then now they're doing whatever they feel like it. Something's taken over Word. Something's taken over Excel now, and they're redoing my formulas to help me out. It actually said that. I'm like, what did you do? And it saved it. And it's like, I can't undo it even.
Oh.
So.
That's just angry making. That's just angry making.
Is it helpful? What, Excel? Excel's not helpful. They just screwed my whole spreadsheet up. After I spent all that time figuring out how many words I had put and entered it in and put it in with the list and did all this stuff, and then all of a sudden it decides to help me. No, it wasn't helpful.
I stopped using Microsoft products a long time ago because, well, as I've said on numerous occasions, Microsoft Word destroyed a 96,000 word project, and I have not forgiven them for that. That's a lot of words that I will never get back.
It sure is. I'm at like 45,000 with this one, and I'm of course deleting stuff of my own because I don't want it anymore. But if it suddenly dumps it, because it took me a while to find. It saved the program for me, and I couldn't find certain ones. I'm like, where did they go? And I've been searching through, trying to find them, using the search, looking for words that would be in there, and I would find it, but when I try to open it, there would be no document there. I'm like, you said that this is the document, but there's no document. When I try to open it, it tells me there's no document there.
Oh, that's terrible.
So I don't know. I hate Google Docs. I honestly do. I have Scrivener. I have no idea how to use it. And I just don't know what to do. So I'm stuck with Word, doing whatever the heck it feels like doing. It's got a mind of its own.
That it does.
Bye, Sam. Have a great night.
Good night, Sam. I am rather addicted to Scrivener. Like, if Scrivener betrayed me, I don't know what I would do.
Oh, see, I never learned it. I bought it. When I got it, I won, and I got it for half price, and I went ahead and bought it. But it was so complicated, and it's like, I'm going to need more than just sit down and figure this out kind of thing. I'm going to need a little bit more help than that. And so I haven't used it yet. And I just had to update it. And I'm like, oh, great. I need the key because it says you have to re-download it and you need the key. And so I'm searching for it. And at the same time I was searching through my emails, I was writing them an email and they sent me an answer. So at the same time I found it in my emails, thankfully, they sent it to me through the email. So I got another email with it. So I had the key. So I was able to re-download it, but I still don't know how to use it. And I'm beginning to wonder if I should just be using that instead of struggling with Word, because it's doing nothing but aggravating the heck out of me.
I don't know.
I like Microsoft. I learned all the Microsoft programs, but that was years ago. These programs are not the same.
No, they're not.
And now,
not in any way, shape, or form.
No, they're not. Definitely not. So, I don't know. One of these days, when it's not Nano, obviously, I'm going to have to sit down and try to teach myself how to use Scrivener. But not during a Nano month. That's not a smart idea. Definitely not the time to teach yourself Scrivener. I know there's plenty of, videos on there that help with some of them, simple videos to show you how to get a start, and then some more complicated. Alexa Dunn has a couple she did with how to use Scrivener, and I know there are others, but I remember seeing hers. And but it's, trying to take notes plus do it at the same time. It's complicated. Maybe I should put the video on one computer and use the other one. Okay, I can't put Scrivener on the Chromebook. Yeah, because you can't. Because you can't download anything. Oops. What did I do? I just hit something.
Everything looks fine to me.
As you know, okay. I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. Okay. You can't download anything to Chromebook. So it'd have to be the other way around because it's on my other computer. So I'd have to put YouTube on the Chromebook, and I would have to bring Scrivener up on my computer. And maybe I could do it that way, because trying to take notes and then go in and look at it, it doesn't look the same. It's harder. I just thought of that. My mind just said, hey, you got two computers. Open up the YouTube, which I can open YouTube on the Chromebook, and put the videos up and open Scrivener on your computer. So I don't know. I mean, it's not going to solve the issue with the memory problem, but it might work better than Word, because Word shuts everything down. Everything shuts down when I'm trying to use Word or Excel, anything to do with Microsoft. It shuts everything down. I mean, it takes forever to do anything. So maybe if I use Scrivener and just shut Microsoft off so it's not running, maybe it'll work better. Maybe I like Scrivener better.
See, what I like about Scrivener is
I got Dabble. Dabble Writer. You heard of Dabble Writer?
No, I've never used that.
It's all saved to the cloud. So they say, you pay X amount of dollars a month and we save everything to the cloud. You never lose your work. But I tried using the program and it was hard. There was no help. I got a little bit of help with videos from YouTube on basics, but I found it very difficult to use. And they equated themselves to Scrivener. I don't think so, really. I hope not, because it was really complicated. I couldn't even figure out how to take and put a document in it. It's like, well, you put it in the wrong spot. Well, where is your help? Where are your help files? Well, we don't really have help files. Well, that's a big help.
Yeah. Well,
so I did not buy it because they were bugging me to buy it.
What I like most about Scrivener is
it would cost me every month.
Choose your own adventure thing, where you can use whatever you need to use. Hey, to Mama. How you doing?
Hi, Mama. Yeah, hi. You missed all the fun, too. Everybody stopping in now missed all the fun. We had gremlins galore in here.
Oh, there's so many gremlins. So many gremlins, I had to get my bell out.
He's rung it at least 3 times already, trying to get rid of them. Oh, what a night.
It's just been a week.
Yeah, it's been a week. I don't even know what is today. Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday. Oh, that's right. My daughter supposedly going to take me out for my birthday tomorrow. We had our birthdays in the beginning of October, and so she said she's going to take me out tomorrow. And she's also in October. And we were going to go out, and then she canceled we were going to go on my birthday, and she canceled it. So now she says she wanted to go today. I said, well, today's not going to work. Today is booked. So how about tomorrow? Okay, tomorrow. We can do tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
Monday.
Yeah, Monday's the hubby's
What's that?
birthday. Monday is the hubby's birthday. So.
Oh, okay. So another October birthday.
Yep.
Well,
so depending on whether he has a marathon,
I gather he's a different sign.
Depending on whether he's got a marathon that he wants to do in the other room without me, or what, I may or may not be around on Monday.
You're still. Oh, thank you, BH. Yeah. One more year and I turn 65. One more year. I get my little tiny what do you call it? I had a job and I got a whatever you
pension.
used to get. You don't get anymore.
Pension, 401k.
Pension. Yeah, pension. I get my little pension in 1 year. I'm like, oh boy. I can hardly wait. A whole $126 a month. I said by then bread will cost $126.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. You go to the grocery store and buy nothing and you come home with this huge grocery bill. It's like there's nothing in my cart. Oh, can hardly wait.
Well, as I like to say, I didn't think I would live past 25, so every year past that has been a great celebration.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. That's definitely a good one. Oh.
Had a few close calls in there, but
Yeah, right. If you close call. Oh. Yeah, now it's like, there are no pensions in very many jobs anymore. There's just, no such
Mhm.
thing. So the fact that I get even a little one is better than nothing. But then I worry about that little thing I told you about with the income. If it pushes me over and I lose my benefits, it's not worth it.
True.
Take it back.
True,
Take it
true,
back.
true.
I don't want it. I don't think it works that way, but oh, I won't know till next year when it all happens. Then I'll find out. So you try not to think about it. I got 11 months not to think about what it might do. If it doesn't do anything, then I'm fine.
See, luckily I got a lot of my dad's genes in
I had
me,
a
and
couple
I'm good at
courses.
ignoring stuff.
What's that?
I said, luckily I've got a lot of my dad's genes in me, and so I'm good at ignoring stuff. Like, that's my superpower.
Well, I can
I can
only
pretend.
ignore it to a point. If
I
they
can
take
pretend
away my
everything.
benefits, I'm going to notice it. And it's what was I going to say? Like I can't. Oh, they offered to give me twice. They offered to give me a lump sum, which they don't. They had swore they wouldn't do. You had to wait till you were 65. And I got 2 notifications, and I'm like, no, I don't want it, because if you give me a lump sum, bye benefits, hello income taxes, and big trouble. So I've turned it down twice now. But of course, when the time comes and I turn 65, I don't get a choice. I have to take it, but it's still only monthly. I am not planning, hopefully, to get a lump sum. I hope they don't do that to me, because that'll screw my whole thing up. I don't want lump sum. I just want a monthly payment. So we'll see what happens, but they've tried twice now to get me to take it. And I thought, back when I wanted it, you weren't offering this. Now that I don't want it, you offered it to me twice now. Because there was a time when I wanted it. I wanted them to give me that. Just give me the lump sum benefit. I knew it wasn't going to be much. And it wouldn't have been an issue back then. I was still, at the beginning of disability. It wasn't a big deal. It just would have meant probably maybe filing income tax that year. But no, I'd rather keep it at a monthly. BH companies used to show appreciation, but they don't anymore. They don't care.
No, they don't.
They really don't care. And it's a shame, because you would keep more workers if you cared about them. But
Yep.
they don't care. Whatever works best for them is best for them. They don't care about the rest of us.
Welcome to hypercapitalism.
I'll tell you. It's a shame.
It's like my catchphrase right now. Huh. Well, that's a shame.
What's that?
Well, that's a shame. It's like my catchphrase. Like, it's either that or, it's fine. Like, I don't know. Everything's just weird.
Oh, yeah. Everything's weird. The new normal has changed everything. And will change everything. I don't expect things to go back to what they used to be. Too many things have changed. Too many big companies have gone under, are going under, will go under. Besides the little stuff that's already gone, it's no longer there.
Sorry, I got distracted by a notification that Corey Taylor has a new album out. And I didn't know he was doing a solo album, but apparently he did. Okay. Like being the lead singer of two different bands just wasn't enough music to put out, was it, Corey? Okay. Gotta put out a solo album too.
Oh, wow.
Seems like somebody's having problems like I'm having.
You don't know when to stop. That's what it's called.
No, I don't. But oh, that's exciting. Laura got her AMA all set up now and posted in IG for questions.
How?
Ooh, and Abigail will be your co-host. That's awesome.
Oh, there we go. That's great.
I hope we start seeing more of Abigail.
What does AMA stand for?
Ask me anything.
Oh, ask me anything. Oh, cool.
I hope we start seeing more of Abigail back in the community. I miss her. I understand what all's been going on and everything, but still, I miss her.
Yeah, I haven't seen Abigail much at all lately.
Oh.
And there for a while, I was watching Jules in the afternoon, and then kind of got interrupted with the aid issue. Never knowing when she was going to pop in. And I would end up sleeping late, and I'd look at the time like, oh, Jules is getting ready to go, but do I feel like getting up? No. So I used to go, and and back then it was her and both, Abigail and her kind of alternating days and whatnot. Ask me anything. I got to remember that because I've got to get ready for mine soon.
Yeah, I'm that annoying person that if you're not careful, will send everything to you in acronyms. So
I don't know a lot of acronyms. That's the hard thing, So that's why I said, well, I better ask because I need to set one up too. So I need to know what it means.
yeah, I'm that annoying person that I've been on the internet for like as long as there's an internet. There's been an internet and kind of grew up with it. Because
yeah, well, my older kids are around your age, and they grew up with we had the first Apple that came out. No hard drive. You typed everything in.
Yep.
There was nothing, no hard drive, and I had a little book, and I sat there and I typed all the code for all these games, so my kids had something to play. And I mean, I eventually became a computer programmer, but that was my start, was typing in all those games into the little Apple IIc we had. And my 4-year-old, I mean, she hates computers. She doesn't like them. But at 4, she loved them, and she got on there and play those games. And they were you talk about basic games, obviously there's, and she'd sit there and she knew how to play them. I'm like, how do you know this? You're 4 years old. But But when she grew up, she hated computers. Does not touch it if she doesn't have to. I'm like, weird.
I'm one of those people. Like, I
Because she
prefer to
figured
deal
it
with.
out at 4 years old how to play those games.
I'm just one
I
of those
typed
people that
it for her.
I would prefer to deal with a computer
What's
than a
that?
person. I would prefer to deal with a computer than a person most of the time. I'm that person. Thought it was a term for
Yeah,
burping or something.
me too. They're not my
I'm sorry.
kids.
When I was on that just reminds me of like the old mushes, because that's the first time I remember seeing
Oh, be
BRB.
right back.
Yeah, I was back in the I remember seeing that for the first time back when everybody was playing on the mush.
That was
on
probably
the,
one of the first ones I learned was BRB.
yeah, and that goes back to the bulletin boards, like pre-internet. Because I remember when people were passing around phone numbers because, did you hear somebody put up another mush?
And that's one of the first ones I learned. Be right back.
Because that's like the big culture difference between the hubby and I. He played muds, I played mushes. They're very different. They're they had very different cultures around them. But
Reading Rabbit computer games. We
see,
had an
when I
actual
was
computer. I mean, my kids had a computer, but you have no idea what a computer was like in 19. See, they were born in 78 and 79. So it would have been the early 80s, approximately so the early 80s, those first computers came out, the Apple IICs, the Apple IIe. And
my first
otherwise, the computer took up the whole room, like this whole room. I mean, that was a computer.
my first
So
computer
they
was
didn't
a
do
Tandy
much.
color computer.
Definitely didn't do much.
And I learned how to code in
I'm not
BASIC.
exactly sure what computer you just said.
My first computer was a Tandy color
Oh, okay.
computer.
Yeah. So I learned computer programming. Oh, the Tandys. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We had
I-
the Apple IIc, the Tandy. It was around the same time period, I guess.
Yeah.
And like I said, I learned because I bought a book and I sat there and I typed all those codes out for her to have these games. So I learned that way. And then, of course, I learned in class. I went to a computer programming class and learned how to write BASIC and whatever else there was at the time.
I could just see little
I
baby
mean,
Laura sitting there.
Java, JavaScript, all that was coming out, and I was learning that.
I
Was
can just see
that?
little baby Laura. I can just see little baby Laura sitting there with her typing with Timon and Pumbaa, writing all her scary little stories. All the bad things that are going to happen to Simba and Nala. Like it's just such a cute little image. But then again, for some reason, I just imagine you a bit more like Wednesday Addams as a child. But maybe I'm just projecting. I don't know. Because I was very much Wednesday Addams as a child.
Wednesday Addams. Oh gosh.
I aspire to be Morticia. I'm not quite fabulous enough yet, but I'm trying.
In her long black gown and her long cigarette holder.
Oh my goodness. All of it.
Yeah, we had a computer ever since then. And that was the first ones. And as they grew, and I took a college course when they were just starting to get word processors. And they still weren't, you still had to put a disk in those computers in order to run anything. So they were still pretty basic computers. And, as the years went by, we just kept getting new ones and new ones and new ones. I mean, we had computers ever since the 80s. Now, my son was born in the 80s. He was born the end of the 80s, and he doesn't have anything to do with computers. He has a smartphone, and that's it. Everything he does is on that smartphone. He knows how to get around it. He knows how to find what he needs, but he won't touch a computer. So he just completely skipped over the computer. I don't know how he did it in school because he wanted nothing to do with computers either. And when he got his first phone, I mean, it wasn't even a smartphone at that point. And eventually he got his smartphone and he does everything with his phone. He won't touch a computer if he can help it. I mean, I said, how do you apply for jobs? He goes, you can do it. You really can do it with the smartphone.
Yep.
I'm like, okay. I don't understand it. I used to do it the old-fashioned way on the computer. I'd go to the website and I'd look up the job and I'd attach my resume. But no, he did all that. He did have to make a sort of resume up, and I ended up probably doing most of the work for that, just so he had something to attach. But for the most part, he just had to go in and fill certain things out, and that's all he needed, and he just applied for everything that way. I'm like, oh, wow.
So, Laura, you were the country Wednesday Addams. Got
it. Now, Jules says it's storming and our internet keeps flickering. Now, when I was talking to Stephanie earlier, she had snow. I'm not sure where she's located, but she had snow.
She's in Oregon.
Okay, because she kept looking out the window and says, it's still snowing out here.
Yeah, she's in Oregon.
Okay, well, if you get kicked off again, we'll see you later. I think you missed all the stuff that went on earlier with me. I've been okay since then, but I don't know if it's storming here or not. You're in North Carolina now. You're down there, my son. My son's down in Charlottesville. I mean, Charlotte. Charlotte, not Charlottesville. Charlotte. Get that confused. I'm pretty sure he's Charlotte, not Charlottesville. I know he's in North Carolina. And he's down by the very lower end of North Carolina. Wow. Laura had giant thunderclaps. I don't know if we've had anything or not. I haven't even looked out the window. It's dark now. I'm not sure what it's for.
Yesterday, the thunder was so bad, I thought I was going to have to cancel my stream because you just couldn't hear anything for the thunder. And about 20 minutes before I was supposed to go live, it stopped raining. Hello, Stephanie.
Oh, gosh. Oh, there she is. We were just talking about your snow. Did it stop? We were just talking about storms. I said you had snow when I was talking to you. It stopped it only because it's so freaking cold. I had my air conditioner on earlier because it's hot up here. But I'm thinking I got to turn it off because I know it's not hot outside and I don't need it freezing up. So I had to turn it off, and I'm hot. But I don't want to open my windows because if it rains or something, then I have to worry about it getting wet in here.
It is 48 degrees right now outside.
28, but it will
48.
get to be 15 overnight.
It's
I'm not
48
ready
right
for
now.
that. I'm not even sure what it is. What is it here?
The temperature hasn't changed here all day.
Let's see. It's 54 right now. And it's supposed to drop to 44. And then it's going to be 51 tomorrow. Then we're supposed to start inching back up into the 60s off and on. So the really hot days are gone. But when you live on the 6th floor, you get hot. I don't know if they've turned the heat on yet or not, but the heat from just the, regular heat outside will rise in here. Make this place hot. Froze mid-air like a movie, or maybe froze in the clouds and didn't fall. Ugh. I can open my windows in the wintertime, and unless it's windy, there's no cold air. Like, the cold air doesn't come in. I don't know if it's how the building is built or what, but unless the wind is blowing super hard, I get no cold air even in the wintertime. So I have my fan running nonstop because I need the air. I can't stand it. It's so darn hot. And I live in shorts. Unless I'm going outside, I live in shorts. You guys all got low temperatures.
39 degrees, Berta. And the fact that you did the temperature conversion for us, now that's what I appreciates about you.
Yeah, right. There she goes. Windows are open to let the sultry sirens in with the breeze. Yeah.
I could just do with a sultry siren right now.
The problem is there's usually no breeze. I can open the window, but there's no breeze. I'm on the 6th floor of a high-rise apartment complex. There's 8 floors total. So I don't know. It's certainly not a skyscraper. I don't know if you would consider it like a tower, but it's 8 floors of apartments. There's apartments on either side of me. There's apartments across the hall from me, 2 of them across from my door. So there's, one on each side, 2 across the hall. And then above me and below me is the exact same layout. So we're all like squished together in here. Hi. Ice Wallacom. Man, I'm probably killing that one.
Yeah, don't say
it. Hi. I'll say hi. Yeah, because I'm gonna kill it. I'm definitely gonna kill it. Welcome. We're kind of talking right now. So we're not sprinting at the moment. So we're just kind of talking. You're welcome to stay and talk with us. You were on floor 11 out of 13. Oh, wow. I thought 6 was bad. I never lived in a high rise before I moved here. And the funny thing is, 20 years ago, when I first got divorced, I lived across the street from here. And my daughter says, "Don't you remember that high rise?" I said, "No, actually, I don't." Because we lived here in 2001 and right across the street. And I can see that the duplex that we lived in. We lived in a duplex. And I said, "I don't really remember this high rise being here." And now I live in it, but it's the only one in the area. I mean, this is not an area for this kind of building. It's kind of out of place. Definitely different than most of the, I mean, it's, regular houses, apartment complexes, duplexes, those kind of things. Oh, fire alarms, yeah. We had that problem. And because I can't walk stairs, I have to go into the fire tower and I have to sit there and wait. And if there's an actual issue, I have to wait for the firemen to come up through the tower to get me because I can't walk down on my own. I'm stuck here if something happens on this floor. I mean, there's a button on my door outside, so they know if there's like smoke and they're crawling along, trying, because smoke tends to rise. They have the buttons near the floor and they look for those buttons to know that somebody inside might need help. And that's why I was worried about, if something goes wrong, climbing out of the 6th floor window into a bucket on the fire engine is not my idea of fun. We had a fire and we were sitting out in the fire tower because it's, extra strong built, with extra materials and stuff to help prevent fires from getting through the towers. But still, you're kind of, sitting there and, looking through at the smoke. The smoke tends to rise up in those towers. The fire may not be out, but the smoke is coming through. So we've had a couple of them since I've been here. And yeah, we're supposed to go down the stairs too, but I'm one of those that can't do stairs. I had to fill out paperwork saying that I can't do stairs. And they know that they have to come get me if something is really wrong. I'm not too happy about the thought of being carried down the stairs or climbing out the window into a bucket. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Depends on how attractive the person is that picks me up and carries me down. I mean, I can always be swept off my feet.
That might help. That might help a little bit, but I'm so afraid of fire that if there was really a fire out there, I'm not sure I'd be thinking about how cute the person carrying me down might be. I mean, the first time the EMTs came here, everybody else was noticing. They said, "Wow, you're so lucky. You got carried out by the cutest EMTs and police we've ever seen." I don't remember it. I had passed out and fallen. I was beyond looking at what was carrying me out the door. All I know is I was in pain and I needed to go. I wasn't looking to see how cute they were, but obviously they were very cute from what everybody tells me. Oh, Lord, that's a lot of stairs. 11 floors. 6 is bad enough. I can't even do 1 floor. I got there last night to the sleep study. Now, I had my walker with me. Last night? No, Thursday night. I had my walker with me. And I get there and I'm like, There's no way of getting the walker up there. They did not have handicapped section at all for me to get up. So I had to struggle up the stairs. And I said to her, I says, you don't have handicap spot out here? I have a walker. She goes, no, we don't. And I'm like, I thought that was against the law. I thought you had to have that. There should have been a ramp. There was no ramp.
Yeah, there really
so I
should
had
have
to
been.
struggle up the stairs. So I don't know. I have to call them because they not only didn't have a ramp, which she should have warned me about.
Yeah, definitely should have warned you about that.
Yeah, because I got there and I'm like, now what am I supposed to do? And it's not like I could go. I mean, I had to climb the stairs to go to the door to get somebody. So it wasn't like I could, go knock somewhere else and say, I can get over there. And I looked all the way down the front of that building and I could not find anywhere where there was an opening ramp to get up those. There were steps all the way up. Each building had a set of steps. So I have to find out, because I'm going to have to go back. They didn't do the full sleep study, which is another thing I need to ask her why that was supposed to be completed the night I went. It was supposed to be a split study and they didn't do that. So I have to go back again. So that means I have to go through that same thing again. Not too happy. Maybe they'll skip that part. The doctor said he thinks he could, because I said it's like, I have sleep apnea. It doesn't go away. So, we're doing this to see if it got worse. And they were supposed to try and find a mask because I can't wear an adult size mask. So I argued with them that I need a child size. I said, look, children get sleep apnea. I looked it up. So they have to have masks for children. I need a mask for a child. So they get the mask. They tell me they have the mask. And then they tell me, but we're not doing a split session. So we're not going to use it. So maybe they can just have me come in during the day because the doctor, I'm sure, requested a split session. I'm pretty sure he didn't ask for a full thing. At least I don't think so. Why would he do that? Every one of them's been split. And now he would suddenly have me, after all these years, come back and do a full study all night on a block of cinder. I felt like I was sleeping on cinder blocks. I never felt such a hard bed in my life. The next morning, I'm trying to get up, and I'm like, I don't have a pain pill with me. I'm in a lot of pain right now, and I can't get off this bed.
That just makes me angry.
I don't want to do that again. What was that?
So that just makes me angry. Like they should have treated you better. That's just angry making.
Yeah. You don't think about these things when, it doesn't affect you. And I probably never would have thought about this kind of stuff when I was younger. But now that it affects me, it's like, why? Why? And I know there are laws. I know you have laws about handicap. I know you have to have entrances and you have to have ramps and why did all of that just happen? Not to mention a bed so hard that it might have been a block of cinder blocks with a sheet on it for all I know. It was so hard. And I had to sleep on that.
Oh, I couldn't.
So I don't want to do that again.
I can understand that.
And maybe we can talk them into skipping that part and just put the mask on during the day in the office, regular office, without me having to go sleep with it on. We can hope. I'm not sure it'll work that way, but
How much longer did you want to go tonight?
well, it looks like nobody else wants to sprint. So we're just talking and we're at 5 hours and 22 minutes. So if you want to end it now, we can certainly end it now. I know here it's 11 going on 11:30.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be a poopy pants, but my back has been acting up all day.
No, it's not a problem. I mean, it is getting late and nobody. It's definitely, I mean, I've been sitting here so long now. I'm not even sure I move. Thanks for coming, Laura. And the rest of you, thank you all for coming.
Thanks for coming, Laura.
So
that's one of the reasons why I turned my camera
now
off.
let's see.
I noticed that I was wincing, and I'm like, no. I'm just gonna turn the camera off for a bit.
Yeah. I am past pill time, so pain pill is coming up in my future, and I have to struggle out of this chair. So I've been sitting here way too long. So I got up once and got something to eat, but otherwise I've been sitting here all this time. So good night, whoever happens to be left.
Have the fun.
BH is going too.
Don't forget to check
Lars
out.
going, BH is going. I'm not sure anybody else is. There may be one other person here, but I don't know who it is. So I'm going to say goodbye to all of you. You want to go ahead and give an outro, Charlie? I mean, I don't know if anybody's left to hear it, but if you want to go ahead and give it.
My name is Charlie. I do sprints and such on my channels every Wednesday and Friday. I generally have a new video out every Tuesday, and when I'm a good person, on Thursday as well. I'm hoping to get better about doing those going forward. I also do a lot of podcasts, a lot of stories. I talk about world building and all manner of the like. If you want to, check it out. You can find links to everything that I do at projectshadow.com.
Okay, great. And I'm Tessa, and I'm a blogger when I'm not on Authortube. And I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays at 8, Fridays at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and an occasional pop-up like today. So, goodbye, everyone. All right, so end broadcast. See what happens when it hit the end broadcast. I'm supposed to hit the end broadcast, right?
Yep. You usually have to hit it twice.